All right, so last week we finished the Your Base and Waffles. We're going to do Monty Python Bridgekeeper today. Traditionally, I start this by playing the Monty Python video. Which reminds me, I need to turn my sound settings off. I turned them on the other day. Yeah, I need to go, you guys know about this? You need to go change your sound settings in OBS to turn off channel track 2 if you don't want to have it go to the Twitch VOD. So I'm going to turn the desktop off so we can actually play this. It'll probably still get tagged, but if you haven't seen the Monty Python skit, let's go ahead and watch it. That I always debate about whether we can do this on stream or not, but we're going to go for it. So if you go search for Monty Python Bridgekeeper, Bridge of Death. The Bridge of Death. So, 1 million views. Which one is better? It's only 3 minutes. Here we go. Can you hear it?
There it is.
There it is.
Bridge of Death.
Oh, great.
Oh, right.
Look, there's the old man from scene 24. What is he doing here? He is the keeper of the Bridge of Death. He asks each trap.
Do you want to see the whole thing? I kind of want to watch it. I mean, how can I do this? We can't do it. Okay, YouTube, I'm sorry. You're going to have to go watch it for yourself. We're going to pause the YouTube, but we're going to watch it. We're still laughing. So, in case you didn't know, go to YouTube and watch the Monty Python Bridgekeeper skit. And if you don't get the joke, watch the skit about the swallows, an unladen swallow. And that has become something of a kind of an introduction to this fun little thing we're going to write here. Very random, actually. This is a very random tradition I've had at SKILSTAK for years. The plot with Black Knight is fun, too. I mean, the whole thing is fun. I mean, there's a million. My absolute favorite Monty Python skit of all is the Killer Bunny, and I have a Killer Bunny right over there. And since Monty Python is the nicest saying, oh my God, that's so good too. People don't know this, but the official namesake for the Python programming language is not a snake. It's Monty Python. And in fact, the original Python documentation had spam and eggs everywhere for examples. It did not have any reference to any of the other stuff, and there was no snakes. It wasn't until sometime later that everybody kept forgetting and confusing it to be a snake that Guido finally said, fine, we probably don't want to get sued, so we won't call it Monty Python. We'll say it's a snake. And they allowed it to change. So, and to this day, there are tons and tons of Easter eggs in the language related to Monty Python. So that's where that comes from. Originally, we were learning Python while we were programming, and now today we're learning Go. So we should probably find some Easter eggs about gophers and Spamalot. So yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and start this, and as you know, watch the Monty Python Bridgekeeper. Keeper and Swallow skits if you want to have fun with it. So we need to set up a project. We do this every time, so honestly it should be so easy at this point for you to set up a Go project. All right, so we are in week 22. We're going to go ahead and make a directory call. We'll just call it keeper. Cd into keeper, and then we're going to make practice along with me as well. We're going to make this into a Git module, even though it's all in the same GitHub repo. We're going to make it into a Go module. I mean, so go init github.com Rex raw boost weeks 22 keeper mod init, of course. And now we have that, and now we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and make our CMD directory. Actually, let's do a P, let's do a CMD keeper. So we'll have a program for our Bridgekeeper, and then we'll have a library to go with it, which is kind of just a great way to start, as we've said before. And then we'll put a keeper.go file in here that will have our package stuff. Again, this is just pretty standard naming conventions, very conventional if not standard. And in the CMD main.go file, we will kind of pre-guess what we're going to have to do here, and we'll just make a run program for this. This is going to be an interactive program, so we'll just say keeper.run, and we'll hand off all control to the run command, so that if anybody else wanted to embed this program in their own, they could do so. Now, it's not finding it when I go to save it, and that is because we haven't installed this one. So we're going to go install, and that will install the library. And then we're going to do this, and we save it. Now it should grab it. It didn't grab it. Oh, I know why, because there is no run. All right, so let's do keeper.go. We're doing some boost stuff right now. So this is going on YouTube, this video we're doing right now. I don't think the command's working. So for some reason the commands have stopped working. I'm super angry at CloudBot and Twitch for not working. It goes breaks all the time. I'm going to make my own. I'm so tired of it. All bots are broke apparently. Yeah, good for them. Good on you, Twitch. You didn't even bother to check with all of your bot manufacturers, and you broke your entire ecosystem. Sounds about right. Package run, and then we're going to say log print would run. So just to have a little bit of code here. Oops, I put package there. Wrong. That's bunk, of course. So we have just a simple little function here. We're going to flesh this out. And now when we go back to our main program, we can save it, and it should grab in the keeper thing. Okay, so I mean, we've been doing that the last 4 or 5 weeks, so that should be pretty common at this point. So that's the scaffolding, we'll say, for the program we're going to make. And then we need to kind of think about what it is we're going to make and how we can, go about doing it, and any code that we can reuse. We talked a lot about code reuse last week. So let's actually go ahead and test the build of this. So go install /, don't forget the /, it won't work. Keeper. Now this should install it into your binary directory, and we should be able to run keeper after that. It says would run. Okay, so there we have a working Go program. It took us a minute or two to just get all of the pieces working. We might end up with some test code here, but it's hard to say because this is a very, very interactive program. So they didn't remove IRC. I don't think they did. Let's not talk about Twitch right now if we can help it. Save that for the breaks, which we will take. So yeah, zpomo start. Let's go. I need to make sure I take my breaks at this time. So we'll take a break in 57 minutes, okay? So let's do this. This stuff is, as I said, is going on to YouTube and everything, and they probably don't want to read about dated Twitch drama. Yes, they're all on YouTube. That's what the boost command is supposed to show you. But because Twitch is broken, my commands are not working. So I'll type it in. There you go. That's where you go if you want to go start the boost or look at past years. Last week we talked about changes for year 2023. I don't want to go over that again. Just watch the beginning of last week's video if you want to know what's going to change. Primarily, we're going to be dropping Go, and we're going to be learning how to install Linux in a container, in a virtual machine, in the cloud, just specifically DigitalOcean, and on hardware. We're going to learn all 4 ways to run Linux, every way possible to run Linux, as opposed to learning how to code Go, and then Go will be a separate boost. So that's coming next year, 2023. I've already started planning that. So let's go on. We're still in the keeper. So what does the Bridgekeeper do? How could we code this? And There's really no right answer here. This is just for fun, and we're practicing this interaction with the Bridgekeeper, right? And we're going to work on some refactoring of our code. We're going to try to leverage code we already have, and we're obviously going to have some more if statements, right? So one of the interesting things about the Bridgekeeper project is that there's a lot of similarity in each of the iterations. So if you go back, when Lancelot answers, and then when Robin answers, and then when Galahad answers, and then when the king answers, and so that redundancy, albeit slight difference, is why we're doing this. So how would you most effectively program a response timer? That's something I hadn't even thought of. That would be kind of a bonus. But let's say there's no response timer. Let's say you have an infinite amount of time to answer. So we're just going to go headlong into this. A lot of times what you'll end up finding is that there's some repetition there, and you need to factor that out. We've been factoring stuff out, since this boost has been running with Go. So you should probably already be in the habit of that, but this is specifically designed for that kind of thing. So we do know we're going to be answering a question. So I could write all the code to prompt to print a question. How do we print a question, first of all? Right? So let's just start by printing stuff. You should know this. Let's print a len, right? Let's print a len, and let's say answer me these questions 3, error, which means before, the other side ye see. Okay, and that's actually not really a question. You can put some color on there. How do we make it colorful? Should we put some red in there? How do we do red? Do you remember we did red last time? And then we want to end our coloring, right? So we'll do c.x. But how did we do that last time? So again, we're like leveraging things that we already know. And I mean, if you wanted to, you can put these on, its own line. If you do this, by the way, you have to put a comma here. It's kind of weird how it makes you do that. Oh, no, it doesn't. That's nice. It usually does. Oh yeah, it needs a comma. See, told you. If you wanted to fit. Otherwise, I mean, it's not that bad. I can put it all on the same line. It probably fits all on your screen. It doesn't on mine, but here the other side, you see a topic. CloudBot's broken, my friends. We're doing the boost right now. All right, so let's go ahead and run that. So we got a new pane up, a new terminal up. Splitting panes and tmux and all that stuff is covered in its own boost. So I'm not covering that. And we're going to go ahead and start up an automatic run every time a file changes. So this actually is probably going to be better for us to just run it, because it is going to have interactivity to it. Do you remember, though, that we actually covered a problem with interactivity that makes it hard to test? And I'm really glad that we already solved that problem. Does anybody remember how we did that? Anybody remember how we did that? The topics, no, it's in the description. Yeah, it's always in the description. If you go look in it's always, the description's there, and you can just go to the Boost web page, which I'll post again, which has every topic from every Boost listed in detail with the date. It doesn't link to the video, but as long as you go to that, then you can go look at the other stuff as well. All right. So, and if you can't, if you want to look through all of the descriptions quickly, it's faster to go through the link I just sent you, and then find what day it's on, and then find the video on that day. All right. So, so let's see. We got the Bridgekeeper here. So I think we're probably going to have to do an explicit build and run every time until we get our testing in place. So we got the keeper. We can run that. Undefined C. Where did C come from? Anybody remember from last week? At this point, I think we've lost a lot of people from the boost, because they never last. They the people who start the boost never ever finish. Very, very few of them ever actually finish. They just don't have it to go with it the whole time. But those of you, few of you who do, you should remember this. So I'm going to go ahead and ask, how do we get our colors? We covered it last week and the week before that. So if you're actually here, you would know how to do this. Yeah, of course I do. So nobody knows. All right, I'm going to show you. So we need to import a library. Does anybody remember the library we need to import? Now, if I change C to term colors, because we've already done this project, guess what? It will find it. Yep, you got it, computer nerd. And if you actually use the title of the package, you don't even have to remember the title or where it's at. You can just use the same name, and Go is smart enough to go find it. And when you save, if you're using Vimgo, it will go find it for you. Now, if you don't like this longer version, you can give it an alias of C and come down here and change this to C and change your other term colors to C. Yep, C is an alias. And that's how you do aliasing in Go. So that actually should run. And it says, oh, we haven't added this project to this thing yet, so let's do it. So let's actually do this command. Now, normally in your project, you will only have to do that command by itself. But because I am in a special Git repo that has a branch, I have to provide the branch tag. So I have to do @22. You don't have to do that. You probably can just go get and not even think about it. But it's good to know that if you did want to pull down a specific tag or a specific version, you could do that by putting @whatever at the end of go get. It works with go install as well. All right, so that goes in and adds it, and when we do that, it adds it to go.sum, which lists our specific dependencies, so that we don't get owned by somebody who decides to update the library. It will only pull down that specific checksummed version, which means if they try to even change that version with that checksum, it would never work. It wouldn't compile. So very safe to do that. Now let's go do the build again. So go install, and then we can run keeper, and we get red. Yay! So how about we clear the screen first? How about that? Let's add a clear the screen. Let's do a c.clear first. We did all of this in the terminal day, and I'm going to add keeper to the same line because I'm going to be doing it so many times. So now we're clearing the screen. We're clearing the screen, and we're saying, answer me these questions for you. If you want, you could actually add blink or any kind of like crazy things. But you can see it's not waiting around for us to answer, right? Now, we've already done this. In fact, you might actually remember the title. So I think we said term. No, is it CLI? It's CLI, I think is the name, right? CLI.prompt. And because we already spent the time factoring that code out into another package, we don't even have to type it at all. We can just do prompt here and do paste it, and boom, look at that. It pulled it in because we used it before. And so our local Go installation knows about it. Now, when I go to use this, it's going to give us a problem, right? It's going to prompt, let's say prompt for, let's give a prompt like that. Maybe let's do you want to make it magenta? How about that? We'll make our prompt magenta, and then we'll make the stuff that people are typing in we'll say that's gold. So that's, I think, yellow. So that will make their color yellow. So let's do that. So that, it's not compiling. Why not? Oh, we forgot our go get again, right? Because just like before, we can go find our other go get, and we can get, instead of term colors, actually let's just cheat. I'm going to go grab it using tmux. I'm using this the VI navigation there, and I'll put @2022 like before. You probably don't have to do that, and we'll go run it this time. Yay! Answer me error the other side. You see? Okay, so doesn't look like it worked. So the compile probably failed. Yep, it did. Okay, so that's right. We're supposed to pass an IO reader to the prompt command so we can tell the prompt command where to read from. And we added that. Why? Anybody remember why we added that? We added that because we wanted to allow testers to pass in a file or a string reader or something besides standard input so that they could do their testing. And it's a slight inconvenience just to put io.stderr here. So actually that means we need to be able to pass it into our program, right? So we want to pass this into our run prod program. So we're going to say run, and we're going to pass in an IO reader. So we could say reader, IO.reader, which fulfills the IO reader interface. And now we have, we just have to put R here, right? So now we can go get the reader. Now we have a problem though, right? Because our code in the main program doesn't have that anymore. This is something we already did. We did this before. We went through why to do it. And now we're going to do keeper.run os.stud in. Now, this is one reason, as I said, to have extremely high level methods, functions, whatever, and call them from main, because that will allow even your interactive utility code to be testable. If you don't think about that, if you don't force yourself to code that way, you won't run into problems that make your code untestable. That make your code, that prove that your code is untestable, and you'll end up with code that only a person can test running it interactively. And now we don't. Now we have a program that we can actually write a test case for, thank God. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and try to compile now with the new changes. Okay, and there we have our prompt. Hey, what questions? We don't have any questions yet, right? So let's do that. Let's go answer the keeper's question. Let's give it should we put an extra blank here? Maybe a blank line here. And maybe we should make this not red. Maybe we should make it, I don't know. What should we say? Cyan. And then we'll ask a question. So empty println. We could say we don't want to clear it this time though, right? So let's make it red, because these are dangerous if you get them wrong, right? We'll put the question there, and then we're going to add a c.x. You'll remember from the term colors say that c.x is an ANSI escape sequence for resetting the screen colors. So it's usually good to follow up with one. Otherwise, you could potentially bleed into the next thing. We won't here because we got a call right after that. But most of the time, you want to watch out for that. So then we say, what is, so let's ask the first question. So what is the first question? I don't even remember. What is your name? Right? All right. Let's go compile that. Test it. What is your name? Sarab. Not in. Okay, so it prompted for the question. That's good. Let's go ahead and ask all three questions here. So I'm going to copy that with a dap. And we're going to come down here, print what is your name? What is your quest? Right? And let's do the other one. So you can go to this and you can do 2YY if you want to copy that. What is your favorite color? I mean, if we were in England, it would be this, right? Color. Did I even spell it right? How come I can't spell color right now? Oh, it's got a, because I've screwed my brain up. What is your favorite color? Color. So let's run it and see if it works. What is your name in Rob? What is your quest to complete Bridgekeeper? What is your favorite color? Blue. No. Green. All right, so the prompting's all nice and pretty, huh? So we're not really doing anything with it though yet, are we? So let's do that. So let's pretend this is. We're also just asking your favorite color, so we kind of got a problem here, don't we? Because we don't want to ask the favorite color of Robin, right? So this comes back to the things we were doing with regular expressions a little bit last week, and substrings. We got into that kind of fun stuff. So what is your name? Well, what is your name? What is your quest? Okay, so everybody gets those three questions. Who gets the color question, by the way? who gets the color question? We'll say color. And let's do this. Let's make some, we're going to be reusing these variables a lot. So let's go ahead and declare them at the top here. So name, quest, color are all strings, right? So we're going to use those a lot, so we can declare them up there because we're going to reuse them. Now, what do we do? So down here we say name equals this. You know, why isn't it a walrus operator? Why is it not this? Anybody think of it? All right, so then down here we have quest. That's a bug, isn't it? So, and then down here, you already declared it. Yep, that's right. Walrus operator will give you an error for redeclaration. If you get this error, let me show you what it looks like. So let's do color. Right. If you try to run that, you'll get this kind of error. I should put and keeper instead. Okay, so color declared but not used. Okay, I named it wrong. First problem. I'll run that. Uh-oh. No new variables on the left side of the walrus operator. That's saying, hey, you already made a variable. Oh, okay. So take it off. Uh-oh. And that's saying it's returning 2 values instead of just 1. So it is returning an error every time. So error. And let's actually reuse that as well. So let's say var error is an error. We don't want to have to type that every time. So we have a quest and an error. Now, if you want to ignore the error for now, you can just make it an underscore. Okay? And we can leave this commented out. For now. It's kind of annoying to deal with all the errors every time. But you can definitely turn it off for now. So those variables we just made are not being used. It's giving us a warning about that. So let's use them. So the fact of the matter is we actually don't really need the name other than to check what is coming up. So we could say, how do you determine whether to use the walrus operator? If you've not declared it. So the walrus operator declares and assigns in one shot, like you would be used to in JavaScript or Python. If you want to separate those steps and do a declaration of what kind of thing it is, what type it is, and then you want to do an assignment separately, that's how you do it this way. So the walrus operator is assignment and declaration combined. Have been used to make the IDE shut up. Yes. And you can do that as well. You can't do a underscore, unfortunately, but no. But but these other ones we actually don't care about. So what is your favorite color? Honestly, we don't care. And you can do that. That will actually throw an error, I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah. That seems kind of, unnecessary. If you're not using any of the stuff that's coming out of it, you can just not even assign it. In that particular question, we never do. There's nothing that ever branches off of the logic about color. There's nothing that says if you get the color, other than getting the color wrong. But, we might have to come back to that one later. Let's not use anything yet. Let's just add them as we go. In fact, let's get rid of these. Let's just add them as we go. All right, so what's the first condition we have? We have the name. So think about it. What is the condition? What is the primary condition that causes the Bridgekeeper to ask a different question? It's the person. And obviously the Bridgekeeper is probably doing it randomly, but in order for the sake of recreating the skit, we have to associate a specific question with a specific name. So we have to do that by branching off the logic off of the name here, right? So, we could keep an error here, and we could say if error does not equal nil. Well, you know what? We're gonna save that because I want to show you how to do an infinite loop. We can actually add an infinite loop that will wait around until something matches. And there's kind of a cool thing you can do with the prompt CLI that we can change to do that. So what do we have? We have our prompt, and we have a name. So what is the logic for that? We've done if statements already. So what would we say? We'd say if what? I mean, in the simplest terms, we would say if name equals, let's do the first one. So the first one is Lancelot, right? Lancelot. Now, you know from last week that there's all kinds of problems here, right? We can easily break this. Okay, so actually, we don't care about, the quest is always the same, that's ignored. The color is the question that Lancelot gets, right? Okay, Lancelot gets that question, right? What other people are in this? So we have Robin, right? I know there's a lot to fix here, but let's just start. What's Robin's question? What is the capital of Assyria? Which you can barely hear. It's really hard. I had to read it a couple times before I could get it. What if your name is? What is your name? What if your name is Galahad? Is it Galahad? I think it's Galahad. I have to go watch it again. I think it's Galahad. That's easy.
Answer me these questions three.
Ask me the questions. I'm not afraid.
What is the capital of Assyria?
I don't know that.
Stop!
Who's that? I think that's Galahad. Isn't that Galahad? The old man from scene 23. Galahad, yep. Galahad. There he is. All right, so it's Galahad. I had to check to be sure. So, first of all, if you can spell the name right. So, there's a bunch of fun stuff we can do with this with regard to string manipulation. What is your favorite color? But wait. We already have one of those. So what can we do, people? We can use a conjunction. How do you do a conjunction? Do you remember? Galahad got the same question as Lancelot. And how do we do that? What do I do here? You should know this. We covered it. We covered it. We covered it. How can I make this statement right here also check for, there's lots of ways to do this, but what's an easy way based on just strings? I kind of want to say this, right? I'm glad we're going through this because it's reminding me of a whole bunch of things we have to go over. Why can't I, how do you say or in Go? We covered that. Do you remember? How do I say or? I can't write this, right? I can't say this. I mean, I can't use the word or. It doesn't exist in Go. What is the equivalent? What is a logical or? Not a bitwise or. They're different. What is a logical or in Go? Logical or is 2 bars. So what do 2 bars, double pipe, okay? Good. But what is wrong with this? Now, I've seen beginners do this so many times. And I want to show you something in Python about how insidious this error is. And the reason that I think that logic errors are far more dangerous than memory overflow errors, because they go undetected by anything. And I personally, one of my biggest complaints about people who say that memory management is the source of all evil is because they haven't been around long enough to see real, true evil happen with logic bombs like this that are deliberately written and not found. So left is a boolean, right is a string. If you know Python, right? Now, remember that whole argument for using a strictly typed language versus Python, which is a loosely typed language? Do you remember the quote from Guido van Rossum that says, "We have learned through sad experience that projects of a certain size require or benefit from strict typing"? Throwing his own language under the bus and explaining why Python's going to have annotations and become more like TypeScript. Because types matter, and here's a good example of why. If you have a true TypeScript language, this thing won't compile. Right? So we try to compile, and it's like, I don't know what you're trying to do here. Mismatched types. This exact code will run in Python without throwing an error and be wrong, be very, very wrong, and I want to show you why. So in a sense right now, I'm making a case against Python just by showing you the differences of the two. It's really easy to jump on the bandwagon and slam, non-strictly typed languages without understanding why, and I want you to really understand why. So pay attention. So we're going to do some Python, right? So we're going to do some Python 3 from the command line. This is the original program, right? So we could say this. We could say, well, let's say it. So if we say if name, let's do name. So name equals I don't know. Let's say Lancelot, right? And I mean, you can just print name. You might not know Python, but so it's very similar. Once you learn one language, particularly Go, you'll learn a lot of the others. All right. So now what? So now we say this. We say if name equals Lancelot. I mean, it goes without saying. We could say print yes. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and hit enter on that. Actually, my Python's really rusty, so. All right. How come it's not finishing? It's been so long. I forgot the N. All right, so there's Lancelot, right? And it says yes, right? But watch this. Name equals whatever. Okay? And I run it, and it's like not going to work, right? So no, that's not a thing. All right. So you go in here, and if you're new to Python or to any programming, you might reason that it's like you would say in English. You would say if the name is Lancelot, or Robin, then say yes. That shortening of the condition throws computers into a hissy fit, particularly interpreted languages. Because, first of all, I don't know if you noticed this, but we couldn't do it in Go, right? In Go, it said, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, right? It said Galahad is not a Boolean type, and that's kind of a hint. So, because the OR operator, that's what this is, right? The OR operator has to have a Boolean condition on the left and a Boolean condition on the right. It could be true or false, or it could be a condition, something equals something, or something is greater than something, that evaluates to a true or false response. That's called a Boolean. A Boolean is a true or false thing. We've covered that, but so on that side of things. So it's trying to looking at the screen really hard at the string for Galahad, and like, I mean, I really want to help you out here. But this is a string. You're giving me a string, and I don't know what you want to do with a string. How do you want me to deal with that string being a Boolean? Because it's not a Boolean, and I really don't know what to do. So I'm going to throw my hands in the air, and I'm not going to help you out. I'm just going to force you to tell me what you really want. That's what a strictly typed language will do. It'll force you to do the right thing. And here is the right thing. The right thing is name equals Galahad. And we could use a regular expression, but that's a different thing. Yeah. So so here we go. So we have if name equals Lancelot or name equals Galahad, then it's really verbose and annoying, right? But it's correct. And the computer's like, oh, so you're not actually wanting me to think of Galahad because the computers are stupid, right? They're like, you're not wanting me to think of Galahad as a Boolean, like you were saying. You're trying to check if the name was equal Galahad, like before you asked. But I didn't know that specifically. You had to tell me, right? So then you come down here and you run it, and it should be fine. And it didn't give us an error, right? Now, so actually, let's go ahead and do it. If we say something, it should not give us a name, the question. Look, it jumped right over the question, right? So if we do it and we say Galahad, it should give us the question. It did not. Did I spell it wrong? Name equals Galahad. Oh, why didn't it do it? Did we not have our name here? Huh. That should have matched. What is your request? It jumped right over again. Why didn't it work? Oh, I think it's because it doesn't. It has a no. I don't know. Let's add some debugging log output. Log printf, println, and let's add name. A debug name here. Okay, so what is your name? Galahad. What is your request? It didn't even do it. That means it must not have compiled. Oh, it compiled. Damn, that's hard. What is it? What are we missing up, my friends? Oh, because the quest is the same. All right, you're right. The quest is the same for both. Okay. Whew. I was going crazy there. Thank you. So what is your name? So Galahad. And then to seek the grail. And it says, Galahad, what is your favorite color? And it gives you the color question. All right, so let's do it with, and say my name is like Rob. Whatever. And it just jumped right over it. Okay, so it's working. So that condition is working. But I want to show you, go back to the Python and show you why this is so horrifically broken. So I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the code. So if name equals Lancelot, right? Or, and let's pretend we're the beginner again. First of all, there is no or operator, but I want to show you how that's broken. Galahad. But assuming it was, it's like, dude, I don't know what this double bar thing is. I don't know what it's all about. Because I'm Python here. This isn't Go. This isn't C. So we have to go change this to a very, happy or, right? And by the way, this is the thing about Python. It's very colloquial. You might guess this because this is the kind of thing you would say in real life. If name equals Lancelot or Galahad, print yes. It looks very nice, right? Now, here's the problem. It printed yes. But what is the value of name? And why did it print yes? A few of you out there watching will know the reason for this. It's very, very important that you understand this. It's probably the most core concept of typed programming and the difference between interpreted and strictly typed languages that you'll ever encounter. So please really, really get this. Make sure you rewind this and you totally understand what's happening. Because there are serious, serious errors all over. The right is truthy, and that's a word from JavaScript land mostly. There's falsy and truthy, and that's I like that you said that. So truthy and falsy are these concepts from these interpreted languages when the interpreter tries to help you out. It's like, you know what? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm going to guess. And it's that guessing that gets you in trouble. And let me show you. So like an echo, print name, right? So this condition is true. So if I were hacking this code, let's say, for example, okay, let's say that somebody tried to write some really safe code that was going to give me $1 million if my name was a particular name. And they were dumb and they put the source code out on GitHub for everybody to review. And so you're reading through the source code and you're like, oh my God, they have like a really core logic flaw right here. And they haven't even caught it. Because how would you even write a test case for that? Right? This is why Python is the devil, my friends. Python and JavaScript are pardon my French, the fucking devil when it comes to enterprise coding. The reason that loosey-goosey languages are losing favor and the reason that TypeScript is taking over the whole JavaScript world is because these errors matter and people are losing money and people are dying and all kinds of stuff like that. Go look at the Camry Toyota lawsuit that they lost. This kind of code kills. So, I mean, that was C and that was spaghetti code, but it was largely based on bad stuff. Yes, there's many, many, many ways to fix this, but this is wrong. The problem with it is that your code would never tell you it's wrong unless you wrote a test case to check every possible value. A negative assertion, probably. So, I mean, how do you fix this? How do you fix this? And so I want to punch that point about scary. People talk about memory leaks as if the whole world is going to end because of them. And it's very bad. Memory leaks are very bad. But logic errors like this are even more insidious because they pass. And if you are lazy with your tests, you will publish extremely insecure code that can be owned, like completely for fun and profit by everyone who wants to. So how do you fix this? The first way is to do it exactly like we did in Go. It's the most obvious. The second way, one of the second ways, is the way that Computer Nerd mentioned, which is a Python thing. And you have to learn the language, right? So this is actually like, oh, what? You just passed. Why not now? Oh, because you're doing it right. And then the other possibility would be to change it, to put it in a set or a list or whatever you want to call it. I think it's in case it's a list. And you could say if name in, and JavaScript I think has this now. And you'd say, okay, yeah, that's not going to pass. But let's test it. Let's go change name. Let's do name equals Lancelot and give it a try again. Now it should actually work. Yes. Okay. So the before Galahad was the name, so we had to change it to one of the two. Okay. So we're gonna leave Python now, but I wanted you to see that. JavaScript is even worse. The reason that JavaScript has a 3 equal sign evaluation condition is because it forces JavaScript to do what it should do in the first place. And that is to check against the type to make sure the types are the same that you're comparing and to check the value. If you compare things that are not 3 equal signs, you're doing it wrong in JavaScript and you're going to get really, really burned. And I'm warning you right now, make sure you understand what I just said. Otherwise you're going to get owned. Another way to not get owned is to use a strictly typed language. And again, I'm going to quote Guido and Rossum. We have learned through sad experience that projects of a specific size require or benefit from strictly typed languages. And the problem is that Python was designed to make larger projects, unlike Perl or Shell or something. And so people end up deploying massive projects like, Ansible comes to mind. And they don't have strict typing. So when I criticize something that's massive, like Ansible, for having chosen a totally brain-dead language when it comes to this kind of thing, you'll know why. That's why. People go off on YAML all the time because, it allows yes and no and true and false and those kind of things, because you can also trip up the typing and actually cause it to be a false positive or false condition. All right, I've gone off on that quite a bit, but importance of strict typing in modern languages. So that's going to be there. So we covered conditions, conditional statements that evaluate as booleans. Now, booleans, that term boolean comes from Boolean algebra, which is pretty much all you need to care about is it's like on or off, true or false. And that somewhat related to lambda calculus, but not really. They're different things. But that's where the term Boolean comes from, or bool for short. And JS and shenanigans, I would never do that. I hate that. Not to mention that one actually requires a semicolon at the end, and I don't use semicolons in my JavaScript. JavaScript. I love the syntax, the functional syntax of JavaScript, like fat arrows and stuff. But the rest of it, no way, man. I would never ever do a project in JavaScript of any significance. Maybe a front end something or other. But if you're putting all your important logic into REST or to, APIs on the back end, REST or GraphQL or otherwise, and you're dealing with it, you're using a strict type language, you're fine. My biggest complaint. So some of you have heard me complain about a lot of things on the stream, and one of the things that I complain about all the time is using Node as a back-end language. And unless you're doing it with TypeScript, which I know that Netflix has played with and others, you're going to get really screwed over. And one of the main reasons you're going to get screwed over is because of what I just showed you. And the other one is concurrency. And we haven't even talked about concurrency. We'll get to that maybe this week. Maybe not this week, but maybe before the boost is over. But the ability to do two things at once. And JavaScript is really bad at that. It does good with it in the web browser based in 1990s technology, but in 2023 or even in 2013, there are much, much better ways on a server to do two things at the same time. And we might actually get a little of that because if we want Jalopy has to have a timeout. And if you want to do a timeout, we're going to have to do two things at once. We're going to have the main thread of execution, and then we're going to have another timer over here, kind of doing its thing. So we might be able to add that today. But I just want to say this is why Node is a disastrously bad choice for any server-side software, period. And I don't even have to get into the whole NPM thing, the fiasco with all of the crap with io.js and all of the crap with, worm after worm after worm after political statement taking down their source code. I mean, Node is fraught with peril. If you are willingly picking Node for a new project, a greenfield project right now, I think you are a fool. And I want you to make sure I know who you are so I never work with you again. Because seriously, you are just asking to destroy your company by picking projects in Node. And people have dramatically different opinions on this from what I am saying, but I am telling you, cannot overstate enough how important it is that you don't pick Node for your server-side language. The reason that Go is the standard for middleware and server-side interactions, including all of Cloud Native, is because it feels like Python to code, and it's simple and it avoids these problems. All right, that's enough of my rant on that. And you can code it, pretty quickly. You can't do that with languages like Rust or Crystal. Nice languages, you just can't code them quickly. Search practice all the time. I keep pace, but most devs don't. No, they don't. They absolutely don't. I don't want to spend the time slamming on a language specifically. And it's not even the language. JavaScript was made to run in the web browser, and it does a pretty good job of doing that, right? With or without React and all that. But yeah, Dependabot. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. So anyway, we're back to Galahad and Lancelot. So we have if name equals Lancelot. Now we are still keeping very simple here. Now last week we got into regular expressions and we got into case changes and stuff like that. So let's just stick with the logic for a bit here before we get into all of that kind of pretty fixes. So if the name is Galahad, what is the capital of Assyria, right? So if the name is Arthur, what do we ask? What do we ask if the name? Now, there's some problems with the logic here. This entire project is based on logic problems. It's designed to help you spot logic problems. All right. So if name equals King Arthur, we'll say Arthur. Okay. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Which is, by the way, a joke on tests all the time. So what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Let's actually do our little keeper test. What is your name? Let's do Arthur. Arthur, King of the Britons. What is your quest? To seek the Grail. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? What do you mean? African or European? Oh, okay. So it definitely asks the right questions, right? let's do a test to see about Galahad. So what is your name? Galahad. I don't think they named Sir Galahad. Did they ask him his name? I don't remember them asking him his name.
Stop! What is your name?
Sir Galahad of Camelot.
Sir Galahad of Camelot. Sir Galahad of Camelot. What is your quest? To seek the Grail. What is your favorite color? Blue. No. Uh-oh. We have a problem. We have a logic problem. Does everybody see it? Right? So, first of all, it asked Galahad what his favorite color was, okay. And then it asked Galahad what the capital of Assyria was. Well, it's not him, it's Robin, actually. We want to ask that question, right? So that was a problem. Now let's fix that. We fixed that problem. Let's fix that. Let's try it again. So, what is your name? Galahad. Galahad. Who seek the grail. The grain. What is your color? Blue. No. Say, okay, so we're not killing anybody yet. That's the fun part. We'll get there. But what? What are we actually doing? So let's test Robin really quick. So go install. So Robin of Camelot, what is your quest? To seek the grail. What is the capital of Assyria? I don't know that. All right, so those are working. Now, okay, I want you to look really carefully at this because there's actually another problem. There's a very insidious performance error here that you would never catch through our testing we just did. I'm going to spend a little time drinking my tea here because I really want you to see this. So normally the requirements for this challenge says to do it in the most efficient way possible. And premature optimization is a bad thing. You should probably not do that first. We didn't, right? We just wrote out the problem. And now we're coming back at that. And we're like, if you were to actually trace this program, let's do that. Let's trace it. Let's not actually trace it with an IDE, which you can do. But let's trace it let's pretend like we are the code. So, and this is what they call, computational thinking is the buzzword in the educational world. But this would be the kind of thing that is related. This is very, very minimal, but this is the kind of test you would get to see if you can think good about computers, the whole data structures and algorithms, right? So we don't have a logic problem here. We have an algorithm problem. Our algorithm is not strictly speaking wrong. Make a bit mask. Our algorithm is not strictly speaking wrong, but our algorithm is not the best it could be. And if you were given a problem like this in a coding interview, God help you, you would have to spot what are the inefficiencies in this algorithm. So the way to do that is to understand how the algorithm works and to trace it. And we're deliberately going to trace each line of this because we're starting getting into programs that are more than 5-10 lines long, and they are very, very hard to debug. Because the more lines there are, the more things that can go wrong, the more print statements you have to put in there, the more, there's many, many ways to debug things. But you really don't need anything more than just your brain and a few print statements to debug most things, as long as you have factored the code properly, right? So let's do that. Let's go here and we're going to go ahead and we're going to follow the run program. So, okay, so pretend like we're the computer. Wherever the cursor is, that's where the computer is. The computer comes to the print line. And it's like, print out the questions. Okay, and it prints the question out. And then here, yeah, I think you're getting it. Some of you are getting the answer here, but we're going to find it, this way. So it says, it prints what's your name. Okay, it prints that out. Okay, it prints out prompt. Now, because of encapsulation, we already wrote CLI.prompt, right? So if we wanted to, we could dive into or follow, sometimes they'll say, the prompt function and go trace those lines. And if you're using an IDE tracer or some sort of GDB or something and see, it would actually do that. And that can be very annoying. In fact, most debuggers, once they get to there, it'll go into one of these it'll dive down into the CLI prompt. You really don't care, right? You know that part works. And so you'll say, no, I want to return from that. So it'll, rather than keeping diving down and diving down and diving down, because you can go very, very many levels deep into stuff that's, complicated and been factored a lot. So let's just skip that. Let's say, okay, this thing is printing out an answer and it's throwing away the error. Okay. So after this, imagine what would the state of your program be? What would the state of your program be? It would have, so up here, it has one variable, name, and it's empty. There's nothing in it. In fact, it's an empty string because it has 0 values. Go has 0 values. And C, it wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be defined at all. It'd be, and if you referenced it, you'd get you'd crash your machine, your computer, your program with a core dump, because there's no 0 value automatically assigned. So this, when you'd use a 0 value like this and you declare a name like that, it automatically gets assigned a 0 value in Go. It's a very unique thing. So it has a 0 as, the 2 brackets, as if it had 2 quotes right next to each other, right? So then we go down here, and after prompt is over, what's the state of our stack or our program? We have a name variable. So name is pointing to some memory that has a string in it. People get burned by 0 values all the time. Yep. But I still think they're worth it, honestly, because I don't want to have to declare everything. It's just annoying as hell. So, I mean, you don't have to do that with Python. There were some sacrifices made that people don't agree with it for sure. So name is pointing to sort of a box containing, memory that has the string in it that we typed in. In this case, Galahad will say, right? So it's the letters GAL, blah, 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 blah. And underneath that, it's the actual binary that goes with it. And so that's the new state. So name's got a thing in it. And we keep going. So we go to skips that blank line. The blank line's not actually there, right? Because this stuff all gets compiled out, but it's fine to think about it. If you're using Bash, it actually does evaluate the blank lines as if they were typed in. So it just depends on the language you're dealing with, but we can kind of go through it step by step. So fmt.println, print out what is your request. Okay, so that gets printed out. I get to see that, and it prompts again, and it throws away the stuff that comes from it. Like, we don't need it. Chucks it. And then it goes, okay, so if name equals Lancelot, all right, well, our state now has Galahad in it. So that condition is false. So it says if, instead of name equals Lancelot, we could replace it with if false, or name equals Galahad, right? So since the first one is false, it's like, well, if the first condition is false, I'll keep checking. So we'll see if any of these are true. So if false, so name equals Galahad. Okay, name equals Galahad is true. So how does false equals true evaluate? If false or true, what does that evaluate to? True. If it's false or true, and it's true, and one of them's true, then it's true. So that's what the computer did really quickly to get to that answer. And so the answer here is if true, and then it runs this. So that enters into this block of code, right? And it runs right here. It says if print, so it prints that out, and then it does CLI prompt, and it passes in it throws away the response. We don't care about the color. We probably should though, right? Because if it's Galahad, we got to make sure he gets it right. And I know it's not up to spec, but we're gonna have to add another color here. So let's do that. Color, right? So color is empty here. I don't even know what you're doing with that. Why would you send that to me? She's really awesome. She's really awesome. But why would you put that on my stream? We rated her the other day during the middle of a YouTube video. Very cool though. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it, but I mean, I love her. She's great. So anyway, so here we go. So we're doing, what are we doing? Okay. We have a color. So we got the color, and it's going to yell at us unless we do something with the color, right? So we actually have another condition here, don't we? So if the name, and now I know we're stretching on the video. There's any number of possibilities here. But if the name equals Galahad, and And the color does not equal blue, I guess. How about equals blue? Then, I mean, this, I know we're reaching here, but I just want to make a point. So if, and color equals blue. So if Galahad is true, which we already know it is, why do we have to have it again, by the way? And color equals blue, then what? Then to do die. Right? Then perish. How about that? Then perish. So we haven't finished that yet. And I guess we could say, we could print in, we could just see that you are thrown into the gulf, as a gulf of eternal peril. And plus c dot x. Let's put I mean, let's put a skull here. Let's put a skull. Yes. I guess I should put some fire. Oh geez, what did I do? What on earth have I done? We're back. Okay. Are we back? So I pushed it right there. I was trying to get, it's so hard to remember what the keystrokes are for this. Okay. Fire. Let's do fire. The flames. The flames there are coming. All right. So, and then what? And we're gonna return, right? And we don't have anything to return, but we want to end early, right? So we want to return here. We don't want to keep running stuff. So let's try that code. We'll code that. Uh-oh. Returns 2 values. That's right. So we need to return color and throw away the error. We're throwing away the error. I know it's bad, but we're throwing it away for now. What is your name? Galahad. We're going to take a break here pretty soon. What is your quest? Whatever. What is your favorite color? Green. Uh-oh. Something didn't work. What didn't work? What did not work? Oh, wait. I have a logic error. Someone find it for me? It's more fun when you find my errors and you tell me I did it wrong. Why didn't I die? I typed green. I didn't die. Let's see if you can find it. Again, if this seems remedial to you, I'm sorry. This is meant for absolute beginners, like absolute beginners. So who've never coded anything but a little bit of bash. So why is this wrong? What is it missing here? Right. Okay. So this says if my name's Galahad and I type the color blue, then die. Well, I don't know. That's kind of a weird one. So how should we do this? When should Galahad die? Why am I making such an easy program? Because I'm teaching people who have never programmed before, ever. So color equals blue. Should we make him live if he types blue? Or if he types blue? What if he types blue? No. Should we make that so he dies with that? Should we make that so he dies? Blue, no. I mean, Galahad's kind of a weird one, right? It's kind of like he's going to die no matter what. Just like there's really no criteria for him staying alive. You know, if he were to answer anything without saying no in the end. Ooh, I know. What if we said if the answer equals no at the end? How about that? If he changes his mind. So, I mean, just for fun's sake, let's say color, let's change this. Let's do strings dot has suffix, right? So if color has the suffix no, that means if his answer ends with no, he was like on the fence about it, and he should die, right? How about that? I like that. Let's try that one. I mean, that seems fair to Galahad. Galahad, what is your quest? Whatever. What is your favorite color? Blue. Yay! All right, so let me try it again. What is your quest? Galahad. What is your quest? Whatever. It's getting tiring typing this stuff in, isn't it? Maybe it's time to start writing test cases, right? Because we don't want to have to write this every time, right? All right, let's write a test case after this. After this break, we'll come back and start writing our own test cases because this is annoying. I don't want to have to run the program every time. What is your favorite color? Blue. No. Oh, you're thrown into the gulf of eternal peril. That's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's time for a break. All right, so we're back here. We had a kind of a quick break. Went looking around at Twitch people. Got me a little bit of glass of wine here. Wine that my wife couldn't drink, by the way. She brought home free wine from the art thing yesterday, and she couldn't drink it, so I have to drink it. Can't have wine go to waste. All right, so we're talking about unit tests, and so let's go ahead and throw that in. I mean, as you can tell, it's pretty dang annoying that we have to run through this interactive test every time. And, you know, we did go to all that problem making CLI prompt, which, by the way, if you do capital K over it, we'll show you the documentation from the actual thing. And you can see prompt prints the optional thing followed by the default and reaches a string entered by the user. Prompt in a string, right? I think the documentation on that is not right anymore, but we'll have to fix it. Anyway, so it gives you how to do that. And so because we went to the hassle of passing in a reader every time, we can write a test for this. So let's start doing that. And let's actually go down here and let's start making our go entr test, which we already have, which will automatically run test cases again that are found in here or recursively below it. We've already wrote that. And if you don't remember that, you can go entr test, right? So this is the actual test. And we covered this before, but this says, hey, if any files changed here or below, go ahead and clear the screen and run go test, right? And go test is going to be way easier than the other. So it's going to take a little time to set up, but then we're going to save a lot of time after that. So as we have done many, many times already, we'll do it again. We're going to make go keeper test.go and package keeper. We're going to add underscore test because we're going to start with an example test. Okay. And example tests need to be examples. So they have to have this extra underscore test on them so that the package is forced. If you don't do that, you'll end up writing code that no one would be able to use because it doesn't have the package references. And I'll show you what that means when we do one of those in a bit. So we can say func example, and then we need the name of the function. So the name of the function is run. And the only other thing you need for an example test is the word output or unordered output, either way. And you can just put whatever here. So we can say blah, right? And so we need to run something. So what are we going to be running? Keeper dot run, right? And you'll remember we need to pass in. Now before we would call it from main, we passed in IO stud in, right? So that passes in the reader that grabs from the terminal for standard input, right? But that isn't really working our test, right? Because we don't have anything interactive to deal with. That's why we passed it. So we can actually use something else called a string reader. And we can say R equals strings a dot new string reader. I think it is. It might be IO. I might have got it wrong. No, that's not it. It might be strings new reader. I don't remember. Oh, that's it, because that actually compiled. So I'm just guessing there. So string reader. So strings reader. Now it's like, what the hell is this thing, right? So, well, new reader gives us a reader based on the data that we put in, right? So we'll start out by answering our questions. So we'll say what our name is. So let's say Galahad, right? Galahad. All right, that's the string reader. Now we have to put a \n as if we typed enter. So we're kind of emulating it, right? And then we need to like read what it prints out. So strings equals new reader, IO string reader. So let's put R here now, and it will actually give us some stuff. Should anyway. And it's not calling it. So what is going on? Is it actually running it? I don't know if it is. I think it's probably hung. Oh, it is. Yeah, it was hung. It was hung because it was waiting on that. Remember that interactiveness? When you put that in a test case, it's really bad because it stops your automated test in the middle and it waits around for somebody to type something. And obviously, that's not what we wanted. So that's why we made a string reader. As soon as we made a string reader, though, it's working. But now look what it's doing. Oh my gosh, it's like doing everything, right? It's putting everything out. It's like, wow, look at all this stuff it got. So because why? Because it's actually doing the whole standard output printing and everything. Now this is where the color stuff gets kind of weird, actually, and I haven't found a really clean way to put this into an example tester of that kind, because it is going to give you the whole thing, right? Now, one of the things you can do here is you can trap standard output and put that also into a string yourself instead of having it be like this. So you could say out, right, equals os.stdout, right? And that I don't know, we'll see. There's a couple different ways of doing this. But this is one of those cases where, is an example test going to cover it? I don't know. Because if we were going to do an example test here, we would literally have to have the exact colors and everything, right? And we're going to put enter here. Let's go paste that in. And this gets a little bit tricky. So as I said earlier, this is one of those opportunities where I'm going to be able to talk about potentially using non-example based tests because of stuff like this. So as you can guess, you can probably already guess that this isn't going to work because why? Because it doesn't have color. I mean, it doesn't have the color, right? So that's hard because how are you going to match the color? Right? You can't really type it there. So, you can get an example test to work like this, but there's two ways to do this. One of them is we would have to tell the prompt command or make our command so that if it detects whether they have a user or not, and I want to do this, that it prints without color. So this is sort of cheating because that's not how the actual program would run. But we can do this. So you remember our term colors? Remember our term colors program? And what I'm about to do is a very, very standard thing to do in any kind of interactive utility. Sometimes you don't want colors. What if you're sending colors to a cat or something? You're going to get those horrible things. What if you wanted the output and put it in a file? You want just a regular file, right? So let's consider that for a second. So our term colors library, did we have anything in there, first of all, that covers that kind of thing? Let's go back and look. Let's go back and look in term 19, term colors. And we'll see our term colors.go. We see that no matter what, we have these constants, right? And these constants are always those values. So there are two ways that people deal with this in the terminal world. And they're both equally annoying, but I'm going to tell you about them. We have to pick one. One of them is that they slow everything down and they force everybody to write a lot more code by changing the constants into function calls. So this is extremely popular. And the reason people do that is because They also say that we can't be sure that green and black and red are going to be the same on all terminals everywhere that Go can run. And that's fair. That's fair. So you can run Go from, a DOS command line prompt that doesn't have any terminal support. And if you do that and you print out color, it's going to be random gibberish, right? So there has to be some detection of what it is that you're doing, right? And we've been using the constants, but the constants are by far the fastest. But the other way to do this, number 2, is to change it from a constant into a var. If you change them from constants into variables, they go into a completely different place in memory, and they now can be changed, right? So our code doesn't change at all. The code that's calling it, none of the code has to change. In fact, it'll still work. But we can do things to fix it, right? So let me show you. So because we couldn't change it before as a constant, right? Now we can change it. So the first thing is to test our change. And remember that thing about being able to test multiple package changes at the same time that you're doing development, and why Go work is important? Here's a good moment for that. So what we kind of want to do here, and we'll put it right in the run function for now, even though that's the wrong place, but let's say we want to change the red color, C.C, to be just a regular blank. We don't care, right? And we want to change that thing. We want to change it to be blank. I mean, we know that that's not going to be the final choice, but it'll be a condition, right? Yet another condition. So if we do that, now we should be able to, let's do the Go install. And we'll do a keeper. Use of package C not in selector. What the hell? All right, so we have C up here. We should be able to do that, right? And the reason it's having problems is because of this. Untyped string constant, you cannot assign to a constant, obviously. Why is it still doing that? I thought we changed it. We've talked about this 3 times now. I really want you to pause and think about why. Why am I getting an error? Why am I getting an error from the termcolors library that I finished like weeks ago, and I just changed just now, and the error is telling me that I still have a constant? It's almost like I didn't change it at all. Why? This is super important that you understand this if you're a Go programmer. Why isn't it changing it? What is it still using? And as a bonus question, why does Go got my back on this? Because Go is actually doing the safe thing here. Go is choosing to do the safe thing, not the thing you want. What is the safe thing? What version of the package is it using? I really want you to think about this. What version of our termcolors package is it using? Is it using the one we just changed? It's not, obviously. Why not? It's not using the one we changed because we haven't told it to use the one we changed. And so it uses the last one. Remember when we did go get? Remember that? We said go get termcolors, and we told it we want to branch 2022 and all of that. And it dutifully added to the go.sum file the exact version of termcolors to use. Right? It tells us the last one here. It puts the checksum there, and you can go in and go.mod, and you can see the exact version that it's using. Right? Now, where does it get that version? Where did it get that version? That version is actually on our system, by the way. If you go into what is it? Go root. If you go into go root here, you can find it actually. So if you go, I think it's go root. What is it? Go. It's not go bin. It's not go path. Okay, here it is. So inside of our go path, in the pkg file, if you go into the mod directory, see that sum database? So the sum database has all of our local versions. So we're digging into the guts of Go here for a second, just to show you. But when you save it, it takes the compiled program that it saved in pkg/mod, and it takes the one that we last saved, github.com Yes. RBX Rob. No. And then what do we have over that? Yeah, there's a lot of them. So, and then we want, what is it that we called it? We called it, I think boost slash, and then what? Weeks, and then 19. Oopsie. And then term colors. Hey, look at that. Look at that. There it is. There's the program it's actually running. That's the code it's actually including. This is the code because it's inside. Oops, I screwed up. Sorry. Go path. We have to go back and go path because it's compiled. It's normally compiled. I was like, that should be compiled. It's not compiled. So in the mod, I have to make sure I get the right thing. So we go github.com, RBXRob, boost. All right. And then weeks. You know what? I hope we're in the right place. Just so I can go package. Yes. Weeks. CD 19. So we only made packages on weeks 19 and weeks 20. Okay. That's like kind of nice. Ooh, look at that. All right, so we actually have two different versions of the term colors library that were both pulled down at different times, and they're listed in our checksums. So we can go into here. We can go say term colors, oh God, 2105. How about that? I know. Which one did it say we were using? Let's go see. What does the go.mod say? What is it using? We're using term colors CEF6 at the end. So that's not that one. So we're using this one. 21.2. So, okay, so we're using this one. So here again, that's what I was looking at before. I guess you did get the source code. Okay. So again, what's crazy about this, this was actually duplicated off of GitHub. That's what the mod path is all about. So it goes, we do a go get, it goes out to GitHub, grabs the right version, creates this nice happy directory for us, and then it builds it. It actually does the compiling of it. But as you can see, this version has still got the constant in it. So this is the version that it's running. Let's summarize. So when you make a change to a package locally that you've been working on, that is stored on GitHub, until you commit that package to GitHub and push it up to GitHub, and honestly, then also do a go get to update your package that depends on it, to use the new one, it will still use the old one for your safety. For your safety, it will not update it. Can you imagine if it didn't do that? I mean, think about that for a second. Imagine if it just decided, if you did it, anybody out there on the internet is like updating their GitHub packages all the time, and you're just running your program and it automatically pulls the latest one and runs it without any confirmation on your part, which, by the way, Node used to do. For the first 2-3 years of Node's existence, that's exactly what it did. That's why it's so bad. They eventually caught up and decided, oh, hey, we probably shouldn't do that, because they might not want that. They might not want the latest. They might want, the current one. But everybody was saying, I want the current one or the latest one. So this whole checksumming process might seem confusing and stuff, but I wanted to dive into it for a little bit to show you how super important it is that these locks to a specific version happen in any kind of language, and how to get around them. So that's the statement of the problem. So the fact of the matter is, Go is doing exactly what you told it to do. It's using the one that you last told it you wanted to use when you did a go get. So it's now your job as the developer to say, I don't want to use that one anymore. And there's two ways to do that. The first way I already mentioned, which is to actually make a commit, push it, and then do go get to update the dependency. But that seems kind of laborious, right? It's like you'd have to do that every time. Enter Go 1.18. 1.18 introduces Go work. And we talked about this last week. We're going to talk about it again. So in the Go work world, we can temporarily say, look, I am working on these packages at the same time, and I'm not sure I'm ready to commit them all yet. And I definitely don't want to have to push them out to live just to be able to use them in my other project that I'm developing, right? This was a huge problem in Go, by the way. This was a monstrously huge problem. It was, for some reason, the original Go developers did not envision the problem with simultaneously, did not, envision the problem with simultaneous package dependency development and things like that. And they fixed that very, very well in Go 1.18. So here we go. So we're going to make a work file. So we do go work init, and that creates the go.work file. And now inside of the go.work file is nothing but, what 1.18 we're on, 1.18. Okay. Now, in order to make advantage of it, you almost should immediately always use dot. And it's kind of hard to get into why, but it affects your testing, right? Now, you remember that the work that we went to in our test case to make sure it was a separate package with the underscore test thing? Yeah. Well, that actually, as soon as you have a go work file, that can get in the way because it won't even be able to use itself. And so it not in this case, but in some cases, it can get in the way. So just know that you should almost immediately use go. So I'm going to write them here. Go work init, go work add dot, and then go work add. Okay. Now this is relative to our current directory. And as long as you have both of them checked out at the same time, you can do go work add dot slash. It was week 19, I believe, right? Term colors. And we can do the same for CLI. And we did do this. This is the second project we've done this on now. And this is kind of cool because now go work use dot slash. Oops, dot slash. I get the number wrong. 19 term colors, right? Now, that has fixed the problem. Let me get this right here. That's fixed our problem. Now, when we try to build it, remember we changed that one temporarily, right? So it should build it. It should. It's not, but it should. Go.work. Did I put user? Oh my God. That makes me feel better, actually. Because I was like, why isn't it working? So there, it compiled, right? And watch, we run keeper now. You see how it's making it just, normal now in the white color. So it's taking our change, first of all. But let's get back to the change at hand. So we're not quite done with our change, right? So we may be making changes to term colors later. So let's leave that there and maybe come back to it because we don't quite want to wrap it all up and send it because we're kind of in this development session. We might have some more changes to make to term colors, and spoiler alert, we actually do have a few more to make. But let's just pretend like we're just doing our program here. So we're doing a program keeper. And we're like, man, I want these colors off. But when do you want the colors off? Okay, so here comes another big thing. How do you tell if the program is running interactively with a user or if it's just being executed on the command line by somebody? Say, for example, in a test. How can you tell the difference? This is really, really critical to Go utility development. And there's a lot of people who don't do this, use color. It's very sad. So how can you tell when a program is running interactively? Does anybody know the answer to that in Bash? No. Bonsai will get its own boost. Yeah, probably after the boost. How can you tell it's running interactively? How can you tell it's running interactively? Does anybody know? What is the Bash code to tell something is running interactively? We did cover that. Okay, this is a very advanced question that we've already covered, so I'm going to go ahead and repeat it. The bottom line is you need to check and see if standard output is to a terminal. If standard output is not to a terminal, that means it's going into another program of some kind, or to the network, or to something like that. So the standard way, conventional way of detecting whether you have a user at the other end or a program is to check to see if standard output is being written to a terminal. Now, to check that in Bash, you would check it here like this. So this is one way to do it in Bash. This echoes the this command line variable, which says all of the switches that go for Bash, and if there's an I in there, then it means it's interactive. If I do this and I pipe it to cat, you'll see it's still there because it was still sort of interactive. There are other ways to do it. There's like -t, I think. I think what is it? Test. I think it's -t. -t tells you what the output is, if I remember right. Yeah. So -tfd says the file descriptor is open on a terminal. So if you do this, you can say echo. How about this? Test -t, and standard output is 0. Is it 0 or 1? I can't remember. It's 0, 1, or 2, and I can't remember. I think 2 is standard error. I think 0 is. I don't remember. Let's just try. So test -t1 and echo yes. G0. Thank you. So 0 is in, 1 is out, 2 is error. That's right. That's what it got me. So 1 was output, right? So it says, oh, hey, and echo yes, right? Now, so if we pipe that to something, we'll get a different thing. Actually, let's put this into a program. So temp foo, and we can put shebang. You would say if you can do test or dash if you want, it doesn't matter. If test t1, if the standard output is if the output is to the terminal, then do then we can say echo like red, right? What's red? Should we do black? Let's do red. We'll set red as a variable. So we're going to do bash. We're going to do the same thing and go. All right. So delete this. Oh, wait. We want this one instead. We want the bash one, not the POSIX one. Okay. So we covered this already. So do echo. Actually, let's just do this. We can say red equals blank, right? Actually, we can say only set it if it is blank. Where these variables are declare. I mean, you don't have to declare it, but you could do it like that. And then you can say echo red. I am colored ? Right? And so it'll be blank if it's not there. I don't know about that one. Temp foo. Permission denied. Oh, schmucks. Schmod plus X. Temp foo. Error. I mean, let's just use that. Syntax error. What am I missing? I'm missing something. I'm missing something here. I should not be wrong. We should be able to do test-t too. Unexpected token do. Did I say if? Then. I'm so dumb. They're done. It's phi, of course. God, I am colored. Now watch. We're going to pipe that to cat. Not colored. So that's the result. That's the desired result. Now, why would you want to do that? I'm not buzzed. No. Why would I want to do that? If I just take temp foo by itself, look, let's take that code out. Let's take that code out. If we go to temp foo and we don't do any of this testing, right? Then it'll always be not colored. Well, it'll always be not colored. But sometimes we want it to be colored. So, but the opposite of that is like, hey, I'm going to add color. I'm going to make a color for everything, right? And we put it out here. And then it's like, no matter what, it's colored. No matter what, it's colored. It's ignoring the if statement. But right now, it's no matter what, it's always colored. Watch. It still prints out colored. Why don't you like that? It's great on the terminal, but watch what happens when you put it in a file. What's it going to have in it? These ugly, impossible to remove escape sequences unless you have Vim. So this is why you need to detect whether you have an interactive terminal. And I have put this in the boost because it's so annoying. I run into this all the time. Constantly. There are developers all over the place who do not check for an interactive terminal, and they think that their program's only going to be run interactively. And then you can't automate that interaction at all. So you're stuck with the interactive mode. And even if you do automate the interaction, and you can get around it, you have to go to extreme lengths to get the output to be not ugly. And you don't have to do any of that. All you have to do is get somebody to write the code right so that they can detect that it's not a terminal. So if you're using Bash, you don't add colors unless you're sure you have an interactive terminal. That's the moral of the story. And do not add color output unless you are sure you have color terminal. Terminal output. It's not a T2I. Sometimes you want colors. In that case, you can turn it on. And in which case you would provide a switch and say you want -C no matter what. Yeah, sometimes it is annoying because you like have a pager or something and you still want color and it like throws out the color for you. But I think the default should not be color, personally. Yeah, but there are a lot of colors commands that do support it, but there are even more commands that don't support color. So it's probably bad to do that unless you have like an option. To do that, what you're talking about is not hard. That would just be a matter of like adding an option. If there, if the option -- color or force color is on, then force it to be using color, right? So this is the prototype for what we want to do here now in Go. So we're going to be messing with the colors. Yep. Yeah, but I don't know if you noticed that, but that has to be an alias. So by default, ls is not color. You have to tell color and force it. Always color. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And so this Go boost is kind of focused on creating command line utilities and stuff. So we've gone into that stuff more deeply than we might have just to learn how to code. But I mean, we're done now. We're not going to, overly obsess with it any further beyond that. Yeah, most people do. So, and I mean, IP is another one, right? IP-CA. I hate having to do IP-CA every time. So I should probably alias IP. Yeah, let's do that. Alias IP equals IP-C. And now I can just do IPA, and I don't have to type the colors every time. Did you guys catch that? It's kind of fast, but you just can make it a little alias. Exa. Yeah, I know. So anyway, alrighty. So how does this all apply to the program we've been writing? So we've been writing this Go program. Yeah. So we've been writing this program here, and we kind of took some liberties here. So the obvious next question is, how do I detect that I have an interactive terminal in Go? And I have to look this up every time. And so I'm going to do what you would do. How can I detect interactive terminal in Golang? How to execute interactive command line? No, that's not it. Simple server with interactive prompt? No. Terminal UI library with rich things. You probably end up grabbing a library. I know. Is a TTY. Okay, so here comes the most common answer to this. And it's unfortunately it's in the crypto SSH thing. I actually have used this very one. There's probably a number of other ways, but this is the most standard way I've seen out there. This has been hard-coded into Kubernetes and kubectl and pretty much every something CTL that I've ever seen. And it actually, believe it or not, is in the crypto SSL library. And it has a command called isTerminal, and it will just tell you if it's a terminal or not. The end. Right? So I think this is the first time that we'll be using something that is from an external library. I know. It just has become standard. It's not even really... I have one of my own. I have, by the way, I should probably talk about this. This is for password reading, yeah. And there's quite an exhaustive list of changes for the reasons you should use this one. I've read them all. There's a huge history of issues on this package because it assumed things about reading from different terminals. So there has been an exhaustive amount of work to make sure that this particular function responds properly on many, many systems that are not even Curses terminals. So it's really the only thing to use, in my opinion. In fact, I made a library for this. So clone term. I made my own terminal library. This is RDBXRob /term. If you want to use it, you're welcome to. Or you can use that one. This one has a dependency on the same thing. And everything that I'm doing, I've already done it. So we're about to zero out all the colors. I'm kind of, spoiler alert, I'm kind of giving you the answer right away. I've done all this for you if you don't want to think about it, but I wanted you to think about it first. So go back to this. So this is the one. So let's actually use that one. I mean, the process of that check is OS specific. Right, it is. Right. It's not just OS specific. It's like terminal specific. So it's the best thing you're going to get. Is a pretty normal Unix name. Yeah, is a TTY is just one of the many ways of. That's a great way to do it in Unix land, but Go, promises to do things across all OSs that it supports, and so it's some pretty convoluted code in there. You would be surprised. It's got some crazy imaginative ways of depending on the OS and the terminal and everything. So in my mind, it's the most reliable. So what we would do here, change from Bazay. We develop what works. This my boss said Cobra is used for kubectl, hence it's better. Okay, well, use that. There's another one called CLI that's not Cobra that's been around since before Cobra was around. Just because okay, get a new job. Dude, I'd quit like that from that boss if that boss told me that. The only reason to actually use it is because everybody's so used to the broken thing that if you change it and do it better, it'll surprise them too much and they'll be less efficient. Yeah, just use whatever they tell you to and then go get another job. Then I have a job. Yeah, there you go. Dude, I promise you. I mean, people will tell you to do that shit all the time. Yeah. I love that we've shamed Cobra into changing a bunch of things. For example, they don't have 32,000 lines in kubectl to source anymore. They're down to like 3,000 now. Because everybody's been complaining about it, not just me. Yes. The argument is void. It doesn't matter. If he's a manager, you tell you what to do, you do what he says. The end. And then you just quietly think they're an idiot and move about your business. So, and then go get mad, go get busy making something else. The reason I made it is because it's so bad. But that manager is completely incapable of understanding that because they're a fucking moron. And they have no experience with coding whatsoever. But they're the kind of people that are going to say, you know what, you should get the A+ certification and change your entire SKILSTAK program. The CTO of PayPal told me that. He said he wasn't sure he wanted his son in my program because I wasn't teaching A+ certification. That's a true story. Sadly, his son died later, within 2 years after that. And I just told him, thank you for the advice, and go read skillstack.io to hear the other part of that. I know. I look, when pointy-haired people tell you that you're making a bad technology choice, even after you've researched it for months at a time or even weeks, there's no solution. There is no solution. You just have to accept their view of reality and move on. And if you're lucky, you'll survive it. Otherwise, you're just going to have to do it behind their back or not ask them a question about it or whatever else. Yeah. Anyway, so tell your boss that Bonsai is running in Red Hat. How about that? Tell him that. Tell him that it's running at one of the biggest enterprise. Wish I could tell you my company name. Wish I tell him. Tell him that it's the core REST API basis and the core K-login Kubernetes login for one of the biggest companies in the world. Okay. But no, he won't want to. I want my Bonsai. All right. So, look, and look, there are definitely reasons to do it. It appeals to a particular type of idiot. So, all right, here we go. If and by the way, Bonsai is still, I'm not going to call it out of beta until I'm using it in production, and so are lots and lots of other people, at least 12 other people that I know of in enterprise production. But it's still, I'm not going to go to a conference and talk about it yet because I still want it to, age. I want it to simmer. I want people to find things that might be wrong with it. Or in that one last year, I don't think you should release any kind of thing. Cobra did, by the way. The one thing, look, I like Steve, but the one thing he really screwed up on was he released Cobra like that. It was like first to market. He released it like that. He didn't even think about the alternatives. He jammed it out there so that he could be the first one. And then everybody picked it up and they started using it. And then it became the thing that everybody uses. Because, adoption is 9/10 of acceptance, and you can have absolute crap. And throughout the history is full of this stories like this. And I won't do that. So I'm just using it for my stuff, and the people that are, discerning enough to actually use it for their own stuff, they can make their own decision. But Chris Noah hates it. She absolutely hates it. She's like, no, I'm using CLI, which is another more fluid type of option. It's not even Cobra. She hates Cobra too. But she realizes that Cobra's a thing. I don't cite Chris for everything, but Chris has a lot of development experience. And Steve's apparently a really nice guy, but absolute shit project. Cobra is absolutely horrible. Okay, so is terminal return whether given the file descriptor is a terminal? Let's try it. So what does this belong in? So we know that we're going to have terminal. I wonder if I just put terminal here. Terminal dot, this is just kind of an experiment. Is terminal. How would it even possibly know to find that? You think it can find it? How do we even find that? Now, this doesn't have any examples, which is too bad, right? Wouldn't it be great if they had example tests? Nope. This site requires JavaScript. File descriptor integer. So we need to give it the integer. So we're going to say os.studout. So, oh my gosh, look at that. It grabbed the right one. It grabbed it. It grabbed it. Now, it might not for you. If it doesn't for you, you might have to type that in there. Right? And now it's like, if it's a terminal, then how about if it's not a terminal? If it's not a terminal, make it black. Or make, blank them out, right? And then we'll come down here. I'm sorry for that rant, but how many minutes do I have left? So, go keeper. Uh-oh. We have to go get it. Go get. That's too much to type. I'm too lazy. So I'm cutting and pasting without using my mouse. I'm using terminal stuff. Okay, now we got it. Like a snake is not good. I don't know if that's true. I am not a parcel tongue. Cannot use os.studout. This part I don't remember. We need to get the handle of standard out. As type int. Can I just cast it to int? There you go. So I already wrote this, so I'm gonna go look at the one I already wrote. I'm cheating. So term is interactive is what I called it. So I called mine is interactive, and we detect interactive on init. Set interactive, detect interactive. Active. I'm cheating. I'm looking at my other code. So return interactive. Okay. So, we have to do a full, oh God. I'm so sorry. I guess my new advice is to use my module for this. Because look, you have to get the stats on the file descriptor. And then if it has file mode and the mode is a character vice, then return true. It's not just enough to give it just give it a 0 or a 1. All right. So my new advice to you is use my thing. Because I'm too lazy. If you do it on Windows, it gets this, which is something we also haven't covered. Yeah. So it will do it. It has support for that on everything. It has support for it on Windows as well. Yeah. That's support for Windows. So the answer here is use my thing. You can copy mine and make your own if you want, but I was sincerely, I was thinking we were going to get around with the terminal one. Oh, I know what it is. I think mine actually does the same thing that one does. Let's go see it. Let's actually let's look at crypto SSH terminal. I'm spending more time on this than I would like, but that's okay. I think this is fun. Oh, we're not doing VLANs right now. Stay tuned for that. I got my whole VLAN architecture done. I'm going to be doing that. Okay, so terminal go package crypto SSH is terminal. So here's the is terminal code on go.dev, and you can actually read it. I'm doing home lab, but probably yeah, we're doing probably VLAN stuff. I don't know. I might do some actual SSH setup for my Talos. Yeah, I'm probably going to install a DHCP server on my machine. Actually, here's what I'm going to be doing today. This is my VLAN I have set up. The orange is all VLAN 2 for internal use only. I actually managed to organize it now that I learned about VLANs because everybody helped me with that yesterday. I have it so that my clusters are all completely internal. They're not exposed to the internet at all. And I was trying to do that. So I have a jump host, which is my streaming machine that'll get me on both that and the internet if I need to, and stuff. So, yeah, little advertisement for other stuff I do here. Deprecated this package. Wait, what? Package terminal provides support for blood. This package moved. Oh my God, look at this. This package moved to goline X term. When did that happen? It moved. When did this happen? It's deprecated. You seeing this? I didn't look at that. It even printed out that it's deprecated. Put a line through it. I've never seen that before. I am super happy that I'm going through this. Wow. I am super happy. I did not know this. This is why we have to have a boost every year. Because there wasn't even a 1.18. Where's 1.19 now? Discovered github.com x term deprecates crypto SSH term version. That is super cool. I'm so glad we found that. I am really happy we found that. I am going to send, actually, I'm going to link to that line 9. Copy. That's very, very satisfying to know that. All right, so we need to go find that now. So we're going to do go term. I do want to see what it used. I'm really happy that it, oh look, terminal. They finally added terminal console support. What? They have a full module for that. They had no module for this before. When did this get added? Damn, look at that. It's got all the terminals and everything. I don't even need mine anymore. I'm going to go put that on I'm going to put a thing. Actually, I'm using colors in mine that they don't use. And a little balance. Yes. Holy cajoles. Batman. I don't know what to say here. First of all, it's not documented. Where's the docs? Okay, show me the docs. Show me the docs. That's not the docs. Where's the docs? Read me. How about that? The repository provides go terminal and console. Go get whatever. I mean, apparently, is terminal returns whether the given file descriptor is terminal. Is terminal. Please tell me they have example tests. Please, God. No, they don't. Of course not. They could have totally done whatever. Test is terminal temp file. Term is terminal int file.fd. Where did it get to file? File.close, remove file. Oh, f.fd. I don't even think I can do f.fd. OS create temp file. That's like creating a temp file. Unknown temp file. Open file dev.ptmx. File.fd. I hate how they have to like do an integer conversion. But that's how they did the test, so that must be the way you do it. Maybe this has an example test. Mock terminal. Whoa, they made a whole entire mock terminal. What's that file implements fd and int? Does it? All right, so let's try it. Let's try to use the new one. Let's try to use term. I wonder if it knows about it. Probably not. I mean, OS.stud stood out as a reader. We should be able to convert this to force this into an int. I'm guessing. Hey, wow, it pulled it in even. What? Oh, my god, it worked. It worketh. Blah, blah, blah. Keeper. I mean, Okay, so wait. Let's do our test. Go test. Oh my goodness. I think it did it. It did it. All right, so now we have to tell it all to go away. We want red to be blank. We want cyan to be blank. We want magenta to be blank. We're going to put this obviously into a package. It's a handle. Yeah, I know. Yep, go test. And there we got all of our blanky stuff. Where's our gold? Oh, gold is for the answer. So basically, this is the same thing we did in the bash script. So if you're just joining, go back and watch that. And our test should pass. What the hell? Our test passed. Why? Our test passed because we got rid of the color. Just for the test. Why? Because the test is not interactive. And it's all happening quietly behind the scenes. How wonderful is that? How wonderful is that? With 3 minutes left, we're almost done with our testing. We got sucked into this wonderful rabbit hole that has revealed Xterm is a thing. Not the Xterm that you know and love, but so what is your favorite color? So yeah, we run Galahad. That's what we're going to get. Now, the thing that's cool about this is we can actually run all of our tests exactly like this. And they're example tests. That means that they would look nice, you know. And actually, we can put a thing here is to say, we could say normally io.reader normally uses os dot normally pass os dot stud in. This just for testing. Okay, so there. Then we got. I mean, look how cool it is. Somebody could come along to our program and say, "Hey, here's how you run the program," and stuff. Yeah. Note that colors are disabled unless interactive terminal detected. Yep. And there you go. So, I mean, if you don't have to be crazy like that if you don't want to. But see, now we can test everything. Now we did go down kind of a rabbit hole there, but this is going to make the testing a lot easier for this. Not to mention for everything else, right? Now, the next step of this, when we come back from our break, is going to be, and during the break, you can maybe think about it. How can I reuse this code? I got this really great code that turns off all my colors, and it's in the run method of my Bridgekeeper specific program. Obviously, I want to use this again. Where does it go, my friends? So during the break, figure out how to put this cool code into your termcolors package. See what you can do for that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a break really quick and then put the music on and stuff. Let go. We were just playing around looking at the VLANs again. Untangle. What is that? All right. So how do we take this code and put it into our other package? DAP. We did a DAP. We're going into 19. We're going to go edit that thing. Remember, we haven't really committed it yet, right? We're just making changes here. So we made it a var, and we have this code that was in this other code, but here's the problem. Yeah, I have OpenWRT. We have a problem. We need to run this code, but we can't. When do we want to run that code? Do we want to run it all the time? Do we want, when do we want to clear out all those colors, right? So we should probably make a function that does that. Thank you for that, Cheer. We should probably make a function that does this, right? We need a function that like changes all the colors so that they're all empty forever, like from that time on, right? And then another function that sets them all. So we turn the colors on, we turn the colors off, we turn the colors on, we turn the colors off. And you can get really involved with this, and I actually have gotten very involved with this. I wrote all this. So rather than have these be predefined, we should probably set them, right? Now, do we still want them to be package globals, maybe? Or do we want to return a set of colors to use every time, depending on the state of the term? I mean, there's so many things you can do here. But let's just assume that anything that's running that uses this package, we only want to detect once if it's interactive and it's a terminal. And if it is, we want to turn colors on. If it's not, we want to turn colors off forever for everything that uses the package in that program. And so we're going to go ahead and do that. And you but in order to do that, let's actually make a variable to turn all the colors off. So by default, how about we leave all the colors? Well, by default, the colors are on. I mean, that's already coded, right? So let's make a function to turn the colors off. So it'd say, so it'd be, what would it be? It would be like term dot colors off, or turn off colors, or no color. How about that? Func no color. Func no color. So if you call no color, what's going to happen? A no color sets all the package color variables to empty strings. That's all it does. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. So no color. Now we have a lot of them, right? So I'm just going to copy them all here. I'm not even going to try to redo it all. I'm just going to cheat here, and we'll reuse our code from before. And we really just need to find an equal sign. Let's see if we can repeat this, shall we? So, did you disconnect your mouse? I could. Equal sign. I could say / equal sign. Whoops. Why isn't it finding it? That's weird. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're going to change all the equal signs. We're going to do a capital C to change to the end of the line. And we're going to change it to an equal sign and then an empty string. All right? And now, since I already did that, I can push N to go to the next one. And the next one. And then I can push a period. And it types everything that I just did. Now, I could definitely make a sed line for this, or, an ed line. But sometimes I just want to just do this really fast. So now I can just do N period, N period, N period, N period, period. And I mean, I know it took me slightly longer, but it was much easier to type. So that's okay by me. And if you want to get rid of those highlights, I just do Command Control L to refresh my screen. So there we go. No color is a function. It just sets all the package variables to nothing. So we've got kind of half of our problem taken care of. Yeah. Remember, we're doing go work to grab in that one we just changed, so we don't have to change anything. But let's do this. Let's say, so we need to turn all the colors off. Right now our test is failing, right? Why? Because color. So we need to turn colors off. So we can say term colors dot no color, and that will turn off the colors, right? But you're like, Mr. Rob, but I want my colors. I want there to be color when I interact with it. I don't want it to be off all the time. If we do that, what happens? Go build /cmd keeper and run a keeper, and all our beautiful colors are now. What? Something happened. Something happened. We should not have color. We should not have color. Our test failed. Why are we having color? Oh, because I did no colors instead of C. That was weird. I think that was really weird. That was weird. I don't know if that's going to fix it. We're going to find out. It should not have color. It should not have color. What did I break? I am doing something wrong. This is the fun part where you get to laugh at me. All right, so there's our term color. And what is this? Oh, it's another term color. We don't need that one. Okay, we need... Where are we? What the heck is happening, people? Oh, that's why. Did you see what I did? I didn't do go install, I did go build. I had to go build, and so it did it. It made it. It just didn't install. I was running a different one. All right. I don't feel as crazy now. So there. Now it should work. It better work. Gosh dang it. Yep. Now, see that? It's all no color, right? But that's not what we want. That's not what we want. You want your colors. We want colors, right? So this should be conditional. So we're going to add, how are we going to add? We're going to say if term dot is terminal int os dot, no, r dot, no, r dot fd. Then we want colors. Right? So now we should have our color back. I assume. What do you mean there's no FD? What do you mean there's no FD? IO reader's not a file handle? Huh. This is harder than I thought. Oh, never mind. I think we can do that. Nope. What did we use before? Okay, that's the wrong one. Where the hell are we? Oh. There it is. Is term color os dot stud out? Oh. Did I forget the os? No, we don't. You know what I don't like about this is that it just takes an IO reader. I think we might have a problem here. See if it's a file. Yeah. Well, that's it's kind of cheating because it's using an IO reader interface, which might not necessarily be a file descriptor. Right? So that's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. If not term is color. Oh, wait. If it's not a file, don't have colors. Yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. But this, we can't tell if it's a terminal is the hard part. We need to check either if IOReader is a file, has a file handle. We're gonna have to do a type assertion, I know, which is like not beginner stuff. It's not beginner stuff. So I mean, we kind of left beginner space pretty recently, because all this terminal interaction stuff is, when you're taking for interactive color, it's not completely obvious. When I was teaching this stuff, I just use my library, and we'd move on. But the kids were 10, so I'm kind of like explaining it so people understand. So if we put is tor int, I don't think we can do an FD on this. We have to see if it fulfills the FD interface. You know what I mean? And I think we're gonna get a fail again. I never use color. FD is not undefined on any reader. I'd have to check. There's no way to know. There's no way to know if the item is an FD reader, because it's fulfilling the interface. That's the whole point of interfaces. Huh. It's super fascinating. I don't think you can inspect the underlying type. We'd have to do reflection on the type or something. That's like definitely not beginner stuff. Yeah. God, type assertions are not beginner stuff, man. They are so hard. All right, so if you're a beginner, just look away for a second. Go watch somebody do something, and then we'll try to get this easy for you. So, yeah. I don't even know. What do we want it to be? A file descriptor? Is terminal. What is this terminal? And well, that will be in 2 hours or 2 weeks. Just run this bash script. We need to do a type assertion, and we can either do a switch type assertion or the actual hard one that I don't do that much. I don't know if I want to do the type assertion. I'm still thinking. I haven't been doing yoga lately, Sam, but I need to. I'm going to start again. FD, then we'll do, what is the actual type? Oh, OS file. All right, so it's a file pointer. If it is, then do all of this jazz. Actually, we can do this. We can compound it. Yeah, I know. It's hard. I'm sorry. I'm scrambling your brain. I didn't mean to right here. I really didn't. So, if we have a file descriptor, yeah, okay, yep. Okay, and terminal is term FD. Then we could say, I mean, then we would have color, right? We'd have to have both of them. I mean, we can invert it, but this is crazy. You have to call FD on it. Do you think it needs to be cast? Probably needs to be cast as well. I mean, that's fucking hairy. This is when you tell a beginner, it's like, just look away. because I mean I know what it does. But it's like, ball my eyes out. Don't cry. It's not. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. I promise. We're not going to do this. We're going to simplify this. But this is just a test to see if it works. So we have to do a cast, unfortunately. I really did not want to talk about casting. You know, it's not ugly. It's not I mean, it's ugly. It's very ugly. This is not what I would recommend. There's a bunch of casting going on, and the reason is, and you can't even be sure the file descriptor is always going to be an integer. This cast is actually bad, even though that's in the official documentation. So, hey, but it runs, and I got my color back. How about my test? And my test passes. So guess what, folks? It actually works. That convoluted mess actually works. How am I supposed to... You know what? This is... Okay. This... I'm just going to say it. I'm going to spit it out. This is the first time I've taught Go as a first-ish, like 1.5 language to beginners. And I can confidently say that it's not a good beginner language. It's better than Java, and it's better than IO Reader as a wrapper. Yeah. I mean, I could have made run take an interface that's not just a reader. I can make it take an OS file. I can actually make this into a generic. How about that? I could make it into a generic. No, I still have to do the cast no matter what. Yeah, I have to do the cast. Yeah, we can't do the generic. Today I learned new Golang terms. Now a generic would fit because this we still have to do the cast right here. I know. So I mean, when I taught kids how to code, I did not teach them about terminal ANSI escapes. I gave them a library that had all of that stuff in there, and I just said, use this. And I feel inclined to do that again. But the difference is that the people that come into the stream to learn, different than the people that I used to teach in person. I mean, even the teens, I would teach teens and adults, and they had no idea, and they had no desire to really know how ANSI escapes worked. But I mean, when you start to talk like you're dealing with 86 to 100 people at a time, and at least 10 to 15% of those people already know how to code, not talking about the ANSI escapes and just skipping it seems disingenuous. So, you know, it's like, this is one of the hardest parts about working with beginners, actually. Yeah, and this is my first foray into using Go as a first language for beginners. I'm convinced now that if we're going to do Go as a first language, we need to get rid of some of this other stuff. But then what service are you doing people by sheltering them from strict typing and concurrency and casting of types and stuff? Are you really helping them by not doing that? You think this is hard? Try to do your first Rust program. We're reducing obsolete code insolence. Yeah. So, I mean, Rust, you can't even do Hello World without a pointer with Rust. So, just to review and practice. Yeah. That's true. And at least this way, if it's really hard to get the first time, you can rewatch it. That was not a thing when I was teaching. When I was teaching, I had to really eliminate stuff and keep it really fun and engaging and everything. I can actually make it painful and explain everything, and you can like go skip past it if you want to. No need to retrieve a degree. You can't do hello without a pointer. Well, yeah. I don't want to get into that. Somebody's going to attack me for saying that about Rust, but let's just suffice it to say you have to know about the borrow checker before you can do Hello World. So it's not designed for beginners. And people argue all the time. I mean, this is worth it. This little side tangent is worth having a conversation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but that's cheating. That's totally cheating. Because of the exclamation point. You have to tell them what the exclamation point means. It's like, don't do the borrow checker or anything else. Just like, as I understand it. I'm not a Rust guy. It's not fair. It's not fair to use that one. Because then they want to know what the exclamation point is. Exactly. So, you don't have to explain that stuff in Go. In fact, the exact same code in Go is func main, println, same exact thing, but with no semicolon. Yeah, I know. Yep. Well, yes, CS101 stuff. So, but the hard part is beginners. So, if we're talking about college kids, then they're going to be thrown into Java and pointers and all kinds of stuff. And so yeah. I'll put it this way. If you actually understand this, you intimately understand the type system of Go. Because right here is a cast, and then this is another cast, assuming that it's an integer. I mean, this is a type check, and then this is a cast. This is a type check and a cast at the same time. So this returns the value, but it returns a value that is now no longer an IO reader. It's now a new value that's been, the OS file, the R has been recast as a FD, even though it's the same thing. It's pretty amazing stuff. Yeah, it's once you have enough memory pressure. Inside text and code computer will collect it. All right. Anyway, all right, so we can actually put this code, if you don't understand it. I mean, the whole point was, what if we just want our program to do the right thing, right? And we're going to actually do something else that's very advanced, because I just feel like it, I guess. I did not intend to do this really advanced stuff, I promise you. So here's our code, right? Now, this is the code we want to run that's going to turn the color on or off, right? But what if we had it, what if we made it so that no matter what, when you run this program, it'll do that. Now, there is a lot of controversy about what I'm about to use. I'm going to use init. And init is a special function that only runs when the package is first imported. And it only runs once. And the reason it's controversial is because you can't always know. It's kind of magical. It's happening behind the scenes. It runs when you run import. It's behind the scenes. And so all of that magic can be confusing. It's also not, it's determinable or whatever. But you know when the inits run in conjunction with the other ones. But a lot of people do not like init. They really don't like it. But this is actually a really good opportunity for that. Right now, instead of doing an init, you can force everybody to add the following code that does the check for you, right? And then you could, instead of making it init, you could say something like this. You could say no color if interactive, right? Or no color if terminal. How about that? No color. How about color if terminal, or no color if not terminal? I mean, you can make some big ass whatever you want, right? And then now they have to run it. So, and that'll actually call, it'll call no color on the package, and it doesn't have to be here, right? No color unless terminal, right? Check color, color if terminal. How about that? Color if terminal. Color if terminal will activate the colors will activate the package colors if a terminal is an interactive terminal is detected. Otherwise, it disables them. Explicitly better? Yeah. Yeah. Init, if you want to, you can add init and then do the underscore thing, and it'll actually just run it. Or and the on import. But that's, I don't know if that's something people want to see. So this does no color. So it follows then that instead of having all of this with all the actual colors set, since we have no color, now we need an actual, we need another one of these, right? We need a func called color. You can say activate color or color on, and you can say color off. The thing that's cool about this is that it impacts the entire package at the moment it's called. So you might want to turn it off in the middle of the program execution, but it's a very, finicky decision. Some people might really hate that, and other people might love it, right? So this is Vim. Yeah, this is Vim. It's Groovebox, but I have a function for that to tell you about it, but it's off right now because CloudBot is broken because Twitch broke everything. So this is colors on. Here's colors off. So by default, the colors are on, and then you can reset them to on. It's kind of redundant, but whatever. And I mean, you could set a constant if you wanted to. The downside of this is that if you actually turn them off, you can't look up the values. You have to do color off and on, right? So color if, no color. And this is one of the few cases where you'd have an else and go. It's usually always not a thing. Color on. Color off. Color if terminal will activate the package colors if an interactive terminal is detected. Otherwise, it disables them. So now they have to call it, right? And we should put this variable at the top. We should still keep those at the top. Yeah. So then we have the two. We have the ones that are off. All right. And it's funny too, because if they call random to get a random color, it's going to be a random. See, this really needs to be if colors are off. There does kind of need to be a setting to see if colors are off or not. Yeah. An internal one. Otherwise, the random thing is going to break, right? If you print a random color, it's going to print. You don't want it to print if the colors are off. So you kind of need some sort of state variable that says the colors are either on or off, which we can do internally. So let's add an internal state variable. We could say colors off and make it a boolean, and then colors off and colors off equals true equals false. Otherwise, you can't turn off the random color. If color is off, return. We don't even want to do any of that if there's a color. If the colors are off. So now we have a pretty substantial but solid change to our term colors to do what we want. And we're now using the new term thing. And we can actually in here, rather than do all of this crazy code, we can just say, you know, we could say, actually, since it's just one thing, we could even need this really. You can just say term colors on if terminal. That makes much better, right? Term colors on if terminal. And we don't even need the color here. We could say if terminal on if terminal, because we're kind of stuttering there. So color term, we should just turn this on because the package name is term color. So we're kind of stuttering by having color in the name again. So it'd be like term color color. That's called stuttering, and it's really frowned on in Go. So we're going to change our package names a little bit. On if color, on if terminal. And that should actually cover us. So term colors on if terminal, and now we're not doing an implicit init. It's just like we're saying, well, we maybe want colors. So we're also using C for everything though. So if we want to use C for that, we should put C still here and put C color on if terminal. Stuttering bad, yes. And we can try it now. Let's go build our keeper again. Uh-oh. If we're not use OS 6.2, we've got problems in here. How does it? Oh, damn. Oh, we need to pass it a thing. And we need to pass it in any, yeah. We need to pass it in any. We passed it in any. And we're doing a typecast on it. Yeah. Wow. That is some pretty interesting code there. I mean, it's any. So any is a Go thing. It's a unique Go thing that means literally any type whatsoever. It means you can pass any type whatsoever. And if you pass it, I really didn't want to cover all this. Yeah. If you pass it, then you have to explicitly cast it. We have to have an any here because we're going to be passing the reader. And sometimes it's going to be os.in, it's going to be a file descriptor, and sometimes it's going to be a reader only. And that's something we found out in our last round of testing. So like if we do, see it's an IL reader here, right? And that whole thing about being able to pass in what we're reading from and being able to test with strings and stuff, that we have to pass an IO reader, which is an interface. And it just so happens that os.in is a file descriptor that fulfills the reader interface. And now we have to talk about interfaces. So I wish I could just like cancel the last 2 hours of this boost and redo it all, because this is like way, way deeper than I ever wanted to do in a boost. Because now we're talking about interfaces, and you don't know what an interface is, and we're getting sucked into a bunch of like really, really deep Go stuff. And I was hoping to just keep a high level. The truth is, Go needs some knowledge of typing. Yeah. all just because you want to color. So if I could redo the last 2 hours, what I would have done instead is I would have made a library for you, and I would have said, here, use this pretty terminal library. And then you'd say, I want color, and then you just turn the color on. And I would say to you in 5 seconds or less, you just need to do this if you want color or not. I wouldn't have taken you through how to build your color library. And to tell you the truth, when I was teaching this in Python, I did the same thing. There were a couple groups that I tried to teach them how to make their own color library in Python. It's a pain in the ass. I mean, it was possible, but it's just way too early. I mean, building your own packages and sharing them and refactoring them, it's very, very core knowledge. You got to know it, but maybe not in your first week, or your first 3 weeks. So you just have to know, if you're a beginner, if I could redo the last 2 hours, I would say this. You just have to know that there are packages that do cool shit, and you need to know how to use those things. That's all. And then after the boost, I would go to the next level, like 102 or 201 or something. And we'd say, okay, now here's how. Remember that thing we talked about with types? It's actually a lot deeper than that. Let's get into it. And we would talk about how to cast types and how to detect types, how to pass types, how to pass varying types, and that would ultimately lead to a conversation about generics as well, which scares any beginner away. It's not that bad actually, but it would definitely scare a beginner. So yeah, and yeah. So I feel a little bit like a failure today because I did allow myself to get pulled down a direction. This has happened many, many times, by the way, while I was teaching with a classroom of people, and they're like, "Oh my God!" And then they would, some of them would keep up, and others would keep doing it. And then the next week we would revisit it. We'd do another thing. We'd pretend like we didn't do any of that. We'd start over with something easier. So I don't mind going about this way. This is part of the risk of taking people through it, but it really, we kept pulling on a thread. And that thread started to unravel like a bunch of pretty deep stuff. Don't want to run if you don't know how to walk first. Yeah. But some people would argue knowing the terminal ANSI escapes is already running. I don't think it is, but a lot of people would think it is. My problem is that I always assume a high degree of ability in the people that I work with because I kind of vet them before they come in, and I know if I have a crowd of people that's just going to make them mad. Most of the kids would take them if I were to be teaching really young kids, it would take us 3 weeks to finish Magic 8 Ball, and we would go through every single thing. We would do the ASCII art and everything, but we've been cramming these things into an hour or so because I don't know why, but I know I have veterans on here, so I keep going through it faster and I put more advanced stuff in it because I feel like it's a broader audience, Probably a bad mistake though. I probably should zoom in and stick with the stuff. But this is the first year we've done Go at all in the boost. This is another reason I'm not going to do Go in the boost. Go for it. When we do Go next year, if not after this boost, and we can do Go over again, we're definitely going to start with the assumption that you know how to code in at least one other language. Now the question is, what other language should be the first language? And actually, how much time we got? I kind of want to have a little conversation. We have a few people here. We have about 80 people here. And before y'all leave, this whole loosey-goosey ask people questions about how their class should be run. This is a very core part of how I ran SKILSTAK. So I don't want anybody to freak out. I've had teachers freak out by me asking questions like this. They're like, you can't ask that. You're in charge. You're supposed to tell people what to do. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Time for a Baconator for Wendy's. So here's my question. Do you feel, which of all the other languages have you had exposure to, if any? And I'm going to let you guys, if you want to just type your language that you feel the most comfortable with, that was your first language, please do that. I'd prefer you not flex, right? That you be honest. PHP? Okay. That's actually really informative. I wouldn't have thought of that as a first language. PowerShell and Python? Okay. Do we have any Javas out? VB6 is your first? C#? A lot of C#. C#, Java, JavaScript, Java. Wow, I was not expecting these answers. Pascal, me too. By opening volume 3 of the Intel ISA manual. Just so this is, I know, GG. I know. I know. Well, we went through the ANSI escape sequences. I thought it'd be HTML. Let people learn HTML. JavaScript. Okay. Any others? C#. I would think C# would be a hard first language. I mean, I would think that would be a pretty tough first language. Assembly was your first language, really? That's not a flex. That was your first language. Assembly was literally your first language you learned. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. What was your first language that really helped you understand programming? ASM for pick? Seriously? Wow. Ruby? Ruby's a very common one. That sounds like somebody from the 2000s. Assembly was your second language. You coded C++ before that. C up in the hill in the old days. Assembly was so easy. Yeah, right. For what? You can't just say assembly. You got to tell me the chip you did it with. What, for pick 8s? Red Selectronics, understanding program with C. Linux kernel configs. It has so many libraries. It does have a lot of libraries. MoveRax. Okay, fine. Second language for 6800. Yeah. It did a lot of Perl in 2000. Okay. Musul. Blinter, you keep saying languages, but they're not the one that you first learned on. Which is the one that you cut your teeth on? Like, you really felt like you actually wrote code and you understood what coding was about. And you particularly types and stuff. So much C#. I am surprised. I am MATLAB. Python event scripts. First language. The first language that you can say you actually learned and wrote code for, whether it was for school or something else. And then every other language from that point on, you kind of compared to that one because that was the first one. Your first Lua and Gary's mod, was that your first? I mean, you can say Lua. Lua is a great first language, by the way. For a lot of people, a lot of kids learn Lua first. Yeah, it's Lua, particularly in Roblox. People laugh, but Roblox is amazing for young programmers. Way better than Minecraft. Minecraft Redstone is pretty helpful, but Minecraft, mods are abysmally bad because the Java is so bad. But Roblox Lua is really nice for absolute beginners, like young people, really young people who are trying to make something cool. I never used Java. Wow. I actually wrote for was Go. Really. I was gonna ask if you see Go as a first language is still like this for me. This exercise that we've done so far, which I'm still having fun with, but it kind of shows that Go might not be a good first language. I still think Go is better than C, but I'm not convinced of that. It really depends on your criteria for a first language, right? If your criteria for a first language, which for me, for 6 years at SKILSTAK, my criteria was what language is the most empowering, period. And JavaScript is the most empowering language on the planet. There's just no denying that. Is it the most powerful? Is it the most prevalent? Probably not. But bang for your buck, there is a JavaScript full runtime, interactive runtime, probably in your pocket right now in your phone or in your browser. You cannot say that about any other language. I'm super surprised that we didn't have more JavaScript people, but this is not really a JavaScript community. This is more of a terminal community, and so there might be people, the web-based people would be more with Leon on this kind of thing. Leon and Prime and all the other, we have a plethora of JavaScript programmers out there who stream on Twitch. So it might be just that our community does not lend itself to JavaScript people. But I still think it's one of the best first languages. I'm surprised more people didn't mention it, actually. But yeah. So, I mean, in terms of like empowerment, if your basis for a first language is what language is going to teach me the most about how computers work, C and assembly all day long, every day. C and assembly all day long, every day. What language is going to get me, understanding enterprise code bases and stuff? Probably C and Java, C++ and Java, and, to some extent Rust, I suppose, and Go. What was that so big like 10 years ago? Yeah. That's why it's so prevalent nowadays, yeah. But Rust didn't cut it, decided to go for C. Did you really? Computers with Rust? Interesting. Yeah. There is a small but very respectable minority of people in my community who strongly advocate for C as a first language. And I tend to agree. The only problem with that is that you don't get anything out of it. So it's very low on reward. It's very, very painful to write and very, very low on reward. You don't get a lot out of it when you write it. JavaScript, I can teach JavaScript to a beginner and they can be doing a full-blown phaser game in like a month and a half. They can be doing a full-blown, full-color, totally distributed, shareable, with stats, cache, and, accolades in GitHub and everything, and they can post it on Twitter within a month. You can't do that with C. So, you can't. So you'll understand more about your computer with C. It's more significant. No, you can. I've taken 40 people through like game programming in JavaScript and Phaser like in a month and a half, 2 months. It's not that hard. It's really easy. But the problem is that when you do that way, they're learning the API. They're not learning how the language works. They're learning some of what the language works. It's like when it comes to teaching languages or helping people learn as opposed to teaching, you have to weigh what's going to hold somebody's interest versus what's going to give them the more benefit long-term about understanding how computers work. And it's a very, very delicate balance and dance. And I struggle with it all the time. That's why I'm opening the floor up to conversation right now. Because I feel like this last thing that we just did here kind of like crosses the line a bit. I don't know. I just feel like it. I feel like it does. I mean, it works and everything, but I don't know if we could have somebody write it really easy. So here we got our colors back. Yay. And we can do our Go test and we won't have color. Yay. Okay, so our code is all fixed and working. But I want to stay on this topic of this for a second. You got oomd. For this C is not really attractive language. Yeah. If in the first classes they give up. Yeah, GW, I'm with you on that. So okay, I'm about to share with you my greatest insecurity with running a company about learning how to code and do technology. This is my biggest single insecurity of all. And that is injecting my opinions about what is valuable onto the people that I mentor. And this is something that other educational institutions, universities, and boot camps just don't even fucking balk an eye at. They will force you to do exactly what they want you to do. They will say, do this, do that. This is the only way to do it. It's a very martial arty kind of way to go about it, right? And I don't like that. So one of the reasons I went to one-on-one mentoring is because I can have an exchange with the person. I'm like, okay, what are your goals as a human being? What are your strengths? Are you good at math? Do you get into machine learning? Do you like the terminal? Do you like flashy colors? Do you like, what is it that you like? And then we can pick a first language out of that. And I can't do that on a stream with 85 people. I can't with 85 people. I can't do it. So the best I can do is say, look, the terminal is something that's important that you need to learn no matter what. And bash is a part of the terminal. Therefore, bash is your first experience with for loops or whatever for some. And frankly, you know what? This has actually changed my mind. I actually am not as against learning shell scripting as your first language as I used to be. I used to think that learning shell scripting was so lowbrow that it was going to totally screw you up. And you know what? It doesn't. It doesn't. It teaches you basic things like here's a loop or here's a bash for sure, not ash. Ash is extremely insecure. It does just look up expansion in single bracket versus double. It's that one thing. PowerShell being good about it made me like programming because it was really useful in what I do. Yeah, PowerShell is abysmally bad. I mean, the syntax is so bad, but it's basically C# on the command line, basically. And therefore, it gives you all the stuff that's already hard-coded in there. You can get access to it. You can do all those things. Yeah, you can look up DDL externals and stuff. Yeah, the syntax is horrible, but what it gets for you is worth it, right? And then you have to be able to hack it. So, you know, normally what a university will do is they'll say, okay, what is the most general purpose language? And that's why Python was the first pick for most people. That's why I taught Python. And then I got off of that and I said, okay, if I'm going to have to pick one language, I'm going to pick one language that will give everybody that I help a leg up over everybody else. And that language is JavaScript. There's just really no fight there. JavaScript, the problem is that when you pick the first language for a person, you're also picking their biases going forward, and then they don't want to do other things. So I picked Python for them, and they wouldn't use anything. They wouldn't learn C. They wouldn't learn anything else because it was all foreign to them, and they had this white space indentation in their head, and they liked it so much. They're like, no, I can't think. They thought of everything in terms of comprehensions. They couldn't get their head around a init check change for loop. So then I'm like, okay, fine. If they're going to have a first language, then maybe it should be painful. And maybe if they don't want to learn the painful language, they can get the fuck out. Sorry for the French. It's like, because, I mean, seriously, it was like, that's horrible to say that, but it's like, it's really, really bad to say because not everybody wants to learn C. But I was like, maybe I want to focus on a specific group of people who want to learn, who really truly want to learn and who are naturally drawn towards kernel architecture and the command line and understanding C, and they want to stare at a black and white screen like Dennis all day and then drink really expensive liquor all day. Maybe those are the people that I want to cater to. And I actually did that. I did that at SKILSTAK. I created a course called Pro that was just for the elite of the elite. The people that were in SKILSTAK were already elite. And the people that were in Pro were above that. These are people who taught themselves assembly and ordered their own boards that they coded in assembly from China that came through DHL packages and stuff. And my job was to just keep them busy. And they would teach themselves C, and they'd have arguments about C. And that's all they wanted to do. All they wanted to do was C and assembly and like make hardware. And they learned Go for all the middleware stuff. And they would naturally appealed to the thing. They wouldn't even dream of coding Java. They would never do it unless it was like for an Android app or something. I mean, so basically of the, I would say probably 130, 150 people at a time that I was working with, there was about, 40 of them, less actually, probably about 20. There's about 20 of them that were the elite of the elite, and they still come here all the time. These are the people that set up Docker Swarm for fun at home. These are the people that, like, to this day have a rack bigger than mine running Kubernetes in their house at college. They really, really are people that I just wanted to spend all my time with. But then I was like, I have to have a business. I can't just teach those kind of people. If I just teach those kind of people, I'm not going to make a living. But now that I'm streaming, I'm like, well, maybe I just need to cater to those people only. And then, but I imagine there's at least one or two of you in the crowd right now that would not want that. If I were to change and say, and do what I actually want to do in my heart, which I don't know assembly at all, right? I have 29 assembly coding practice boards from what's his face, and I actually want to recreate the board because I want to keep his tradition going. And did you learn assembly for fun at home by yourself? Yeah. Stay away from Java House of Cards exploits. Yeah, no way. You got fed up with VB8. Really? Direction audience, you can, of course, use the information provide introduction of what will have value for them. I think you're right, Restrained. So what I'm trying to get at, I mean, this was kind of a fun. I mean, I feel like first of all, we accomplished most of our goal today with the Bridgekeeper stuff. The rest of the project, by the way, is I'll let you guys finish it up. It's not that hard. The rest of the Bridgekeeper project is just to factor these if statements into functions. That's it. Factor the if statements into functions. Use what you know about lowercase and regular expressions, and make a kind of flexible, interactive thing that supports color or doesn't. That is the goal. That is the goal of Bridgekeeper, and the goal is to have fun with it, right? And we did. We started having a lot of fun with it, I think. But I'm gonna leave this project there because the rest of it, I feel like you can finish on your own. Hey, how's it going, Matt? So do you mind sending one of those assembly boards over to me? I'm really interested. Oh, I don't know. We're going to find out. I might be able to send them out to people. I actually want to recreate the board because the guy who does it doesn't create them anymore. He gave us a schematic so you can order your own from China if you want. And his lesson material is absolutely fantastic. So he teaches assembly by taking you from the very, very low level and then moving up one skip at a time through. You start with a pick 8 and all this other stuff. And normally you wouldn't care about programming for a pick 8. It's not really mainstream. Everything's ARM anyway, by the way. But you move in assembly up and up until you understand it. Then you learn C, and then you actually learn C when you care about it, because C is now interacting with the hardware, which is why it was fucking written. C was invented to interact with the hardware for Unix, to create Unix systems. That's why it exists. So its sweet spot is interacting with hardware. That's what it was made for. So if you're coding C for anything else, that's all nice and well and good and all. But the core sweet spot, Go's sweet spot, is middleware. And Rust keeps saying it wants its sweet spot to be hardware, but I don't believe it. So a Unix system. Pi 0 has ARM Cortex M0. Yeah. As a really good start for assembly. Yeah, there's a ton of starts for assembly. So yeah. I'm sorry, I'm letting if I'm doing exactly what I would do if I was sitting in a room with 40 people. And I did this very thing with a group, and we were learning Java, and we got sucked into the Java, and it was so ugly and it was hard, and they're like, why are we doing this? And they said, please teach us Go. And they just flew through Go compared to Java. So, and Java, I mean, different applications for different. Java is still very relevant. I don't want to say it's not. Java is still the go-to language for Android development, hands down, by far. You can teach any language if you just want to teach syntax and computer science concepts. But for real work, every language is tied to a specific domain. And I'm glad you said that, Gigi, because my shtick, my thing, has always been, I don't want to teach generalities. I want to teach specific skills, specific employable skills. That means that if you're going to be a REST API developer, you learn Go and JavaScript to consume it on the front end, or React, or whatever, Vue, whatever. If you want to truly understand how your Linux system works and the computer underneath it works, you really need to learn C and assembly. You think you might want to call the beginner infrastructure boost? No, I mean, the infrastructure boost is going to be a different thing. That's going to be how to do networking, how to set up a VLAN. I'm not ready to do that yet because honestly, I don't know a lot of it. I'm just barely learning how to do VLANs. So, but I definitely would like to do that eventually. Yeah. We use C because Windows did not give us free access to the ports to manage the hardware. Yeah. Physical machine. I personally believe learning assembly on any main chip is a bad idea. I think it's an anti-pattern for learning assembly. The very nature of learning assembly for x86 architecture, it is so huge. The amount of registers that are there is so big and everything that it's a horrible idea. I think the best possible way, the Gouligan boards, the best possible way to learn assembly is to learn how to control the smallest possible computer set. The smallest possible computer set. Yeah. Small. This is what I love about, here, I'm going to show you. Well, I'll find one. Yeah. It's got so many archaic instructions on it. The best way to learn assembly is to learn assembly on multiple chips at the same time, or synchronously. And as you go from a PIC 8 to a PIC 16, you start to see that each chip offers more functionality and things change. The language doesn't change. The registers change. The locations and how you access them changes. The speed of the chip changes. And so you start to learn all of these really low-level things that I want to learn, frankly, that I'm still really not very good at. And as you do, then you gradually grow up and you can write C or assembly for an x86 chipset or an ARM chipset, and you're like, okay, now I'm okay. You don't get thrown into the fucking deep end right off the bat. It's like you can gradually understand that assembly is a thing that is a language that applies to any number of different OSs, and then you can actually play that game that I don't play very much. 250 practice later, one architecture and then expanding. Yeah. Make your own compiler. Yeah, making a compiler for LLVM would be super cool, but I don't know that that's anything I would do. I mean, I was hoping to like supplement people like, like Mastermind, who I haven't seen at all. Yeah, does Mastermind stream anymore at all? I haven't seen Mastermind in like 8 months. Or, Leon. Leon is doing all of the front end stuff, like very, very front endy. It's some back endy stuff, but it's all Node, and I despise Node. So love Leon, just despise Node. You just need your own IR and then compile into different architectures. Well, yeah. And the other thing too is this whole WebAssembly thing is going to take assembly to a whole new level. You could actually teach assembly using the WebAssembly registers directly, and then you would have, I mean, that's like some really futuristic stuff. If you were to actually teach base WebAssembly without another language to compile it to, it's stack based. It's only stack based. I didn't know that. I'll have to go look. Then it's really not assembly then. If it doesn't have registers, how can it call itself assembly? I mean, okay, so it's time for another break here. Probably time for us to wrap up, but yeah. There are stack-based machines out there. Really? I did not know that. See, once again, you can't call assembly a language. I had a pedantic homeschooled kid who was absolutely brilliant take me to task for saying assembly was a language, and he was right. He was like, assembly is not a language. This is maybe, MOV and a couple other things. He goes, there's no one assembly. There's only the language that goes with the chipset. And that's what you have to work with, and you should get used to dealing with it that way. Basically, you have a different language for every single piece of hardware that you're using assembly on. And, I mean, it's splitting hairs, but I tend to agree. So I... Python library is the most diverse. I should start with that if you're creating a new course. Well, I've been using Python forever. I used Python for the first 6 years of SKILSTAK to teach stuff. But as we saw today, Python has some really substantial problems. A better programmer, better languages, and more memory. I think assembly and C are those things that you layer onto your knowledge as soon as you've got something practical that you can use to work with. So they're slow. I honestly, I think Python is probably going to have to be the way to go, as much as I hate it. The only problem with learning Python, my friends, is that every single person I've taught Python never wants to learn another language. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. I had to talk to my son was also helping teach. He's like, what the hell? Why are these people so averse to learning anything else after learn? They would learn Python and they wouldn't even want to learn JavaScript or anything else. They become these like really, really opinionated bigots because Python is the best language. It's blah blah blah. And they would, more than the JavaScript people, they would get so crazy into it. Python is the closest thing for Google search. Yeah, Python. Well, the reason I picked Python as the first language in 2013 in SKILSTAK is because it's by far the most approachable language. There's real. I mean, let's be real. Python is hands down the most approachable language. Do you have to install it? Yes, it's annoying, but it's more approachable than JavaScript. It does not have the type shit. Ruby is pretty damn approachable, I admit. Yeah, but Python is the most approachable language, which is why Python, and it's still really, really, really relevant. Just compile a detail and you're good. Python is a great option for learners, quite easy to grasp. I have got, so this entire challenge exercises, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out who to cater for. So I think, I mean, given how important Ansible and machine learning are, and they are not leaving Python anytime soon, unfortunately. I think it's important we learn Python. I don't know whether we're going to learn Python 3.6 or regular 3 or what, but there's no sign of any decline in Python if you look at Red Hat. Red Hat is the basis of everything that's going to go out. So I was wrong. I was predicting Python was going to die and Go was going to replace it. It's not. It's not. I mean, all the installers and everything that they're making, like pretty much all. I mean, GNOME Desktop switched to CSS and JavaScript actually, but almost all of the installers are done in Python. All of Ansible's Python, and consuming large databases with Python can't compare to Go. No, it can't. It's horrible. Yeah, if you're gonna do Python is a quick and dirty language. It's not meant. Python is barely better than Bash, in my opinion. Other than the libraries and the machine learning stuff, I get it. But Arjun goes to YouTube for Python. Arjun actually is a Twitch person as well. And when it fits Python. Yeah, I mean, I've coded Python too professionally for years, more than a decade. I had a huge Python library. I just hate it. Or change what it is and then not call it what we're going to call it. Write your Python and write wins prizes. I'm pretty sure Arjun's on Twitch, yeah. Have optional typing. It does now, since Guido added. I'm not adding Python to the boost. That's not happening. The only reason I went down this rabbit hole is I'm trying to figure out what the best first language is besides Bash. So as far as I'm concerned, if people are going to take the boost, they want to become Linux terminal masters. The end. And that includes Bash knowledge. The end. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what we're going to do from now on. In fact, I'm going to make a decision here. I'm going to make a decision. I did this last year. I did it the year before that. When things started to not work, I stopped the boost and we regrouped and we got ready for the next year. We're not going to finish Go. We've done enough Go right now to melt enough people's brains. I don't want to do it more. So we're going to call this good. And starting next boost, we're going to start doing minimal web development. Enough to get yourself a website. And even that, I'm thinking maybe we'll put that in its own boost. Exception with type errors. It does have better type checks than JavaScript for sure. Yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to make a conclusion here. Discovered some complexities dealing with terminal in Go in any language. And I mean, I don't want to have to take you into typecasting and all that stuff if you're a beginner. You should just learn Python and call it a day. Can only happen in MyPy. No, they can. It's like, it's Python 3, whatever, right? Reiterated decision to only include Linux terminal. I mean, decision to focus on Linux terminal for beginner boost. Beginner boost Linux terminal. So the main beginner boost, I guess we could call it Linux terminal beginner boost. Yeah. So let's write up some of this, how we can do this. So there should probably be a Python boost, but I don't want to teach it. Does somebody else want to do it? I really don't want to do it. I don't. In fact, I won't do it because I hate it so much. Does somebody else want to do it? Arjen, if you could get a hold of Arjen, we need to have Arjen do a boost. But yeah. The crazy thing is I have all the content for Python already done because that's what I did at SKILSTAK for 8 years. For 8 of the years I was at SKILSTAK, we'd use Python as the main language. So I have it all done. I actually even have the code. All this stuff that we did, this whole Bridgekeeper thing, which is Monty Python related, all this like really happy-go-lucky stuff, I have that entire, curriculum, if you want to call it. I have that entire thing done for Python. And we could just keep reteaching that. I can't write Python without typing hints. Code becomes unreadable too fast. Yes. So potential additional boosts. If you want me to keep going on Go, the problem is I can't take you to the end, Shelby. Because look, if you look at the Go stuff, look at the challenges, right? We can still go, we can still do Go, but I tell you what, we can rethink this. The stuff that we did in Go today completely brain melted everybody who's a beginner. Now, if you already know how to, Shelby, do you mind my asking, or do you already know how to code? Do you already know how to code? One of the options we could do is we could let the beginners not die. And we could continue with the Go boost as if this is what they do behind the curtains. Hell yeah. We could continue with the Go boost as if you already know how to code. Does that make sense? And I can just we can finish it. We can finish it, but more than finish it, we could actually do servers, and we could write a REST API, and we could write, all this other stuff. Python, and you're learning Go on your own. Okay, so you already knew Python. Well, okay, then that's what I'm saying. See, you are the absolute perfect demographic for the Go boost. That's exactly who I'm trying to find. The problem here is that we have a large group, and the management of expectations has always been a challenge on this. Every single year, if you go back and watch the boost videos, every time I give up on the boost, it's always because the expectations get disconnected with what people are doing. I mean, we're going to take some, we'll do a poll now, but we'll probably do a Discord poll. Yeah. I feel like I have enough information to make a decision here because it's kind of already, I don't want anybody to think I'm giving up on Go. What I'm trying to do is make Go not beginner friendly. If I have, look, this entire boost, the one thing that's happened in the Go boost is I I'll quit Go with you. No, you should still learn Go, but if you have never coded before, it might be time for you to go learn. I mean, maybe Bash wasn't enough to get your, I mean, you didn't learn about pointers or types or anything about, if you had done Python, you would have been introduced to types and stuff. If you'd done JavaScript even, you might have been introduced to types. If you'd done, Java or C# or any of that, if you had done any of those languages before you came to Go, and frankly, C#, I would probably do Go before C#. I'm really leaning towards Python as a transitionary language. I just don't want to teach it. Did you use C#? So, we stick to Python, right? Okay, so what I'm getting at here is that I have been teaching this Go boost to some degree with the assumption that you already know how to code, and I keep catching myself doing it. It's like, here you do a for loop, here's how you do for loops in Go, and it's kind of assuming you know another language, and that is not the expectation I set going into it. The expectation was that you don't know any programming at all, and you're just going to be able to write Go, and you'll be good with it. You'll be good with it. And clearly, that's not true. It's not true. It's definitely easier than Rust or C, but it is harder than Python. It is definitely harder than Python to get going with. If you're moving towards web, how about Perl so you can make CGI scripts? I actually love Perl. Yeah. C# is not more powerful than Go, no. It's just a different language, a different target. C# is as complicated, if not more so, than Go. So the reason I'm having this conversation is it's based on complexity, right? So the criteria for selecting a language for me right now is not just empowerment for the user, but it's also complexity and level of frustration. And if you saw that line that we were just going at, right? And this is where this really distilled this for me today. This term cap line, this term colors line really just hit home how complex even Go is without hiding stuff from people. So I would rather not hide stuff, right? I would rather not hide stuff. I would rather deal with it. Learning C and then having somebody write all the libraries for you and you just like put those libraries in, or cutting and pasting Java code, you're not learning anything, right? So knowing how to do a typecast is a very essential part of Go. Knowing how to do another typecast here, this is a type check actually, and this is a typecast. Knowing how to do this stuff is fundamental to Go, but it melts the brains of beginners. You do not have to do that. You can do a typecast in Python, but when you do type assertions and typecasts in Python, they're much easier to digest because you've only got 3 or 4 types total, besides the ones that you build. And for that, I think Python is really good. I think it's really good to learn that whole kind of thing. Now, you saw the danger, though. There's a huge danger in that, and that's another reason I think that we should probably learn Python first. I think one of the reasons that we should probably do Python first is because we need to talk about the dangers of Python. Yeah, and we really need to talk about the dangers of Python so that we can go on to the next thing. My opinion on Python as a machine learning language has changed. I believe it's still very, very relevant and will be forever because machine learning people don't learn other things. They just want to learn Python. They don't care about languages. They care about machine learning, which, I should have guessed that. And machine learning, what's that? Everything is a dictionary or a list. Yeah. Python for maximum count, cloud rental. And then you've got, if you're going to do anything with Ansible, you need to learn Python anyway. So Python is still a very core operations language. New Pythons were dangerous. No, Pythons are dangerous. You're not careful. 100% CFFI. I know it does. I know. The biggest advantage of Python over everything else is how easy it is to write C code in Python that nobody knows as C code. Python gets all the credit for all these other amazing things that are written in C because it's so easy to stub it. And we're not going to be writing Python stubs, but that does mean that if you're going to interface with anything on the planet these days, you got to know Python. You can't be an operations person without knowing Python. I hate saying that. I really do. But you can't. I don't hate the language. It's just annoying compared to Go. And it's not that much easier than Go. That's the thing that drives me nuts. This here is way harder than Python. This right here. that is going to melt a Python person's brain. And letting the bridge thing and go is an insult to the fun. Why is it an insult? Oh, ready a bridge thing and go, Monty Python and go? Yeah, it really is. It is. It's an insult to Guido. Yeah, that it definitely is. Yeah, using the Python namesake and go. I thought about that last week. I thought this entire lesson is supposed to be an homage to Python because Monty Python, right? And it's the first time I introduced a bunch of young people to Monty Python, never even heard of it before. And then I get to say, hey, guess what? Python's really cool. Look, it's named after Monty Python. And yeah, point taken. Point taken. Very well taken. It's a very good point. The boosts are for different skill sets. I tried that at SKILSTAK. I did that by dividing groups. I said, okay, you're advanced, you're not, you're one-on-one, you're assembly, you're C, and I don't have that much time. So, yeah, we'll have Python APIs, but it'll be CFFI all the way, you think? DNF is being rewritten in C or C++? What? The package manager and Red Hat Sphere will be cut off ties with scripting languages. What? Really? That's super interesting. They need to. A lot of that stuff needs to be rewritten. Yeah. A lot of that Python stuff, including Ansible. I think Ansible needs to be written as Go. I really do. I don't think it will be. Trying to reduce dependencies. New AI to summarize YouTube videos. Python. Yeah. We've had the progression path before, Maluba. I've played with that before. I had like level 1 and 2 and 3 and all that. The only question here is how do you go from bash scripting to Go and C? And that's it. So I mean, I've already made a bunch of opinions by telling people that you don't do anything here unless it's on the terminal, which anybody will tell you is like contrary to every other thing that people are teaching. I don't know anybody on the internet who's teaching programming from the command line. You think bash scripting started to go? Well, it's definitely, the parameter expansion definitely is. Not basic bash though. I'm a little bit afraid of teaching Python along with the terminal because I'm afraid they'll write all their scripts in Python instead of bash, instead of learning bash. And then would that be better or worse? I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm the guy who had like a full library of Perl stuff, and then a full library of Python stuff, and then a full library of Ruby stuff, and then a full library of bash stuff now, and now I'm converting all of that into Go, into a monolith, you know? Brain melting for sure. You gonna take a vacation for a little bit? Well, don't give it up. I mean, this is always my concern, is that if we melt people's brain too much, they think that they're dumb and they don't want to do it anymore. And I'm not singling you out, but it's actually my worst fear. My worst fear when I'm doing anything for SKILSTAK is to just keep it crazy, crazy fun. And sometimes when I do the boost, you know, it's kind of forced because of the nature of it. Plus, there's a lot of people here, and it might not be as fun. And more importantly, I might end up melting somebody's brain, and then they think they're dumb. They don't want anything to do with coding. That's only happened twice. I've had 2 kids literally say, I don't want anything to do with coding ever again the rest of my life. And to this day, it's like, it haunts me. Did I push them too hard? Did I say something wrong? Did they feel stupid compared to other kids? Could we have approached it in an easier way? Could I ease them in more? I am constantly second guessing myself on those 2 cases because they were great kids, and they're like, no, I don't want anything to do with it. And I mean, and they, other people have left coding, but they've left it saying, oh, thank you for this. I've really realized that coding is not what I want to do with my life. And those are positive things because they've kind of made a realization. But there was a couple of times where kids just got so frustrated that they just walked out. In fact, one kid told his mom, Mr. Rob doesn't have any faith in me. And I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. His mom told me that. That only happened once in 10 years. And the only thing I asked him was, are you sure you want to be here? Because he was playing games during the middle of coding time. He had his web page up and he was like playing games and everything, and everybody else was coding and they were doing the thing. And I just asked him a question. I said, and I wasn't even mean about it. I said, are you really sure that you want to be here? That's what I said, just like that. And that went back to his rich mom. And his rich mom said, well, we're pulling him out. And I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, we're pulling him out. And I said, why are you pulling him out? He's doing great. I'm trying to encourage him. He goes, well, he says that you don't have any faith in him. And I'm like, what? I like just seriously like shot me to the heart, because this obviously this mother believed her son more than me. And I was like, I was destroyed. I was like, how? Either the kid fucking lied because it was hard and he didn't really want to do it and he didn't want to get out of it by admitting to his, helicopter mom with lots of money that she was trying to push him into coding, because her dad, his dad, true story, his dad set up I won't say the country. He was the advisor to the president for a South American country to set up the entire coding program for the entire fucking country. And he would give me samples of the kits and everything, the Canna kits variations that they had and everything. You'd know him if I said the country. He was a big fucking deal. The guy was a big deal, and his kid didn't want to do anything to coding. He just wanted to play games and stuff. And so what I think happened was I gave him a little bit of pressure and self accountability. I said, "Do you sure you really want to be here? I mean, because and he's like, yeah, and he like all down on himself." And then, his parents wanted him to be successful in coding. And so he went back and he's like, I don't want to go to SKILSTAK anymore. And they're like, well, why not? And he's like, well, Mr. Rob doesn't have any faith in me. Instead of saying, I hate coding and you keep pushing it on me and I don't want it, I'm going to blame Mr. Rob and throw him under the bus. That's what I think happened. That helps me sleep at night. Because I had a great relationship with the parents. I had a fantastic relationship with the parents, and I seriously, I can be pushy, but this kid, I never pushed him. I swear to God, I never did. I just asked him a question. I said, hey, do you really, well, he was like screwing around. I asked him to be accountable. I said, do you really think that you want to be here? Do you really want to be here? And I there was a little edge in there. There was a little edge in it, but not a lot. Cause I was like, look around, dude. Everybody else is coding. What are you doing? I didn't say that, but it was pretty obvious. And he's just like, I don't want to code. The other kid that I did this to another kid, and he actually came clean with me, because every week he would never bring his Python. He would never bring it. And he loved talking a game. He was big time into Bitcoin and everything. He was big into tech. And once time he took me aside. He said, I just don't like it. I said, well, there's sales positions, there's other things in tech. You don't have to be into coding. And he was kind of embarrassed to admit that he didn't. He took me aside. He's like embarrassed to admit he didn't like coding. I'm like, look, you don't have to like coding. You don't have to look like it. You just have to acknowledge that that's, where you are. I tell people all the time I don't like to code. I don't live for it. I live for what I get out of it. Yeah. First video on the Kubernetes track. There is no Kubernetes track. There is something called the Home Lab Init that I put up on YouTube, which is very messy. It has random ranting. So far, there's no bare nipples in there yet. But it does have a lot of Doris hugs and doggy barking. I have to set your expectation properly. It is not a course. It is a bunch of random struggling to get through it to try to figure it out. And it's not just Kubernetes. It's everything. It's like PKI, and people get really annoyed with me because I don't stick to the thing. I'm like, I set up a whole PKI initiative before I even set up Kubernetes. So I can't promise a Kubernetes course, but I am closer to doing that than I would be to offering a Python course. So that's where we are. The question. So let's make a decision for next week before people leave. A lot of people have already left. So these are the remaining challenges that I had done in Go, right? And I mean, we did your base, we did waffles. They were kind of cheesy and fun. The cube course would be awesome. We're gonna do a cube course. If we do a cube course, I want it to be structured more than what we're doing. So this, like, we're gonna set up. I mean, the cube course is gonna be everything. It's like, it's not gonna be Kubernetes. It's gonna be infrastructure engineering for Kubernetes and batch processing. Like this is the focus of everything that I'm learning personally right now. It's how do you set up an entire data center? That is what I want to put on a video. How do you do a data center? Yeah. And I have all the stuff for that. I have all the stuff to set up your own data center and to talk about setting up your own data center and where you would go to get your own stuff. And I'm using copper and Wi-Fi, but how would you actually do that? And what is PKI and what is the default Kubernetes initiative? This would be a very huge thing. Why you should set up, an actual root CA. What Ansible is. How does Ansible even play into your game? Do you want a private LAN and all this stuff? Basically, I want to take people from the beginner boost to learn Linux terminal. The problem is that there are so many foundational blocks before you can even get here. And that's what the beginner boost was meant to be. And Maluba was talking about the graduate steps thing, and I think that we need to continue on that. I don't know that it's even going to fit into a year, and that's kind of the problem. I mean, if we had coding, it definitely isn't going to fit into a year. There's only so much time. It's not, right? Just enough of a CCNA, like I have struggled to learn over the last week to get VLAN knowledge up to speed. It does. It takes a long time, and it's extremely frustrating. But we're talking about having the skills to be able to set up a data center for a small company. First of all, that level of knowledge, if I can actually pull off teaching that level of knowledge, not only will it change the world, but I mean, it's going to undercut a lot of people. There's people charging tens of thousands of dollars in multiple years of college education for this kind of learning through technical schools and stuff. If we actually somehow manage to create an educational opportunity that takes a person from zero to they can set up a data center from scratch confidently and have done so in their lab, in their own personal, and they have a lab to show for it. We're talking about a huge, amazing thing. And a data center built and a website built, then all good. Yeah. A decade of coding, data center built. More than a year, then a need a struggle makes you stronger. Yeah. And so, but you can't be an SRE without coding. That's the definition of the title. So what coding do we cover? Well, obviously, if we're gonna make, I mean, my high end goal used to be security, and it's not anymore. Because if the high end goal is being able to build a data center, I guarantee you can hack the shit out of that thing. I guarantee it. You don't. Head Tanis talks about this all the time. You don't need, cybersecurity. If you can build a data center securely, I guarantee you, you can hack the thing. If people don't, you know what I mean? So. So I don't know if this counts as blue team. And not to mention the fact that if you build a data center like this, you can use your data center to hack people for fun and profit. So this, I'm coming back to Maluba's point about the path, right? So I'm going to draw a path here. We're going to make a path. Is learning to use the right tool for the job and get the mindset and the mindset of tearing the system apart. Absolutely. Find the right tool quickly, do the research, and be able to learn quickly. That's hacking. That's it. It's all it is. And understand the system. Read white papers, you know? So if we were to take... I mean, I actually started a decision tree over here. Kubernetes decision tree. Do I require Kubernetes? I mean, okay, but see, here's the thing. Assembly doesn't play into the data center thing at all. This is why I'm having trouble, right? Because I like that stuff too. Knowledge of system plus a mindset. I agree. It's like, yeah, it's you know, yeah. Which is why I think it's so funny that some people don't think that I qualify as a hacker. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll go to assembly unless you're a hardware dev, right? However, there are, see here, wait, it's not here yet, but see there, this here, I do have hardware on here. So I have PoE, and I have IRL streaming rigs, and I have Raspberry Pis and Jets and Nanos that are using electronics. So I actually think that adding hardware is the next step up from a data center. So if you were going to have like a macro, let's do this. If you're going to have like a macro list, it would be your greenie. We'll make you green. Your green would be Linux terminal. No, I would just have the Linux beginner boost. You know what? I'm just going to call it terminal beginner boost because you do not need to know Linux UI at all. You don't need to know it. You don't. You don't need to learn Linux UI at all to become a data center master. You can, but you don't need it. In fact, it's not even Linux terminal. It's like Linux server. That's what it is. You need curl and stuff. Yep. You know what? We don't need to put beginner boost after this. Let's just put the things you have to learn. Why is it messing up? Hacking, know how to build, and know where to hit breaks. Yes. So Linux terminal, we'll put that as the foundation at the bottom. So this is your skill stack. Yeah, that's where the words came from. That's where they came from originally. Hacking, building your programming layers, like. So Linux terminal, and then Python coding for operations. And I mean because here's the thing. You can, see, supposed just to sell the book to the students. C plus minus. I believe it. Let's see. And then we have Go programming is not even on here. Actually, Go programming is here because the Kubernetes stuff. Go programming for Kubernetes admins. And I mean it. I think you should learn enough Go programming to understand how code works and how to make utilities and stuff. Somebody make these books, and I don't have to. Bash is in Linux terminal. It's in terminal. You can't escape the terminal without bash. That's what I've come to acknowledge. Because you've got to do, I mean, your bash RC and everything. Open source mod. I know. So go probing for Kubernetes admins. And then there's kind of the networking thing. The networking thing needs to be its own boost, and that's not me. That needs to be like Bob or somebody. Yeah, Bob or somebody needs to do networking. And we're talking, I mean, data center networking essentials. That's really all it has to be. It does not have to be, you know. But that's a piece that's been missing from the boost all along. We spend one day on what an IP address is, pretty much. I don't know. Now, another thing, too, about all of this stuff is that it doesn't really talk about computer hardware. There's sort of a remedial thing before this that's like understanding computers, which almost everybody who's in here has already. But this is for really young people. And this guy codes. So this guy codes. So understand how computers work. Linux terminal and bash scripting. Python coding for operations. I mean, we're talking Ansible, really. Boot processes, ROMs, yes. You understanding your computer works. This includes like learning about your BIOS and how to make a computer. You can't do data center stuff until you know how to make a computer. In fact, where do we put that? UEFI. Where do we put building your own computer? You have to do that to graduate. Server, we'll say. Building your own server. It's on CompTIA Plus. Did you add it? Building your own Linux server. These don't necessarily have to be in this order, by the way. No, they don't. You could do this. Hell, this doesn't even really have to come after this even. These two could be side by side. Why are they all weird? Python coding for operations. Go programming for Kubernetes admins. Caching with Cisco. Oh, yeah. Data center networking essentials. Building your own Linux server. Python and Go you could kind of learn at the same time. Somewhere in here you need to learn Kubernetes, though. I think Go needs to come after you learn Kubernetes, actually. Honestly. It's kind of like a step. Operations, data center operations, Linux terminal. You gotta have Linux and Bash. They have to be together. You can't learn how to write Vim properly without Bash. You really can't. So there. So there. Uh-huh. Do. I used to have these diagrams on my walls all the time. Does anybody here remembers that? I used to have these. I had so many diagrams. I was diagramming this stuff all the time. Come to C++. Aha. Go after before Python. Has to be after. It has to be after. We just decided that. We decided it's too complex for people to be their first language. That was tough to come to that conclusion, but I stand by that now. The whole typecasting thing, unless we're really gonna hide people from the language, which we probably shouldn't do, you know. We can put grok computers. Kubernetes is not the same. No, that's Go, but it's Go with a slant on Kubernetes things. It assumes you know Kubernetes already. Hey, the reason I want to assume you know Kubernetes already is because we're going to talk about things like Helm charts and the Kubernetes source code and how to look through the source code and use Go as an advantage to finding and debugging Kubernetes problems, which is not just. We should actually, we should say for cloud native engineers, for cloud native admins, administrators, cloud native admins. Because there's just so many different ways to teach Go. Go is being used for lots and lots of things right now, right? And I feel like that will give us the angle we need. So, for example, Go is being used to write, REST APIs. You can take Go for REST API developers or for web API developers and just do that. That's like a really, really specialized thing. You would cover Open API. You would cover. In fact, we should probably put that down. It's a Go for. I'm going to say Go development or Go programming. Go for middleware virtualization, containers, Kubernetes. Yeah. Go for web API developers. I mean, this is a huge thing. I think a lot of people that watch Go on Twitch, that's the thing they want to learn. And it's a totally different thing. Would we make a dependency on it? I think probably we should, but people might disagree on that. New Go peeps. The roadmap? I don't know if I like that. I've seen that already. Yeah. I did see this the other day. I want to like it so bad. I really do. Yeah, this is exactly what my point is. This is specifically for people writing Go APIs. It completely misses everything for Kubernetes and cloud native development and utilities development. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It claims to be a Go developer. It has nothing to do with cloud native. And that's why I worry about it, because people think that this is all they need. I mean, gRPC, this is 100% writing applications for that. But there's an entirely different, there's nothing in here. Like, for example, what is it? Term UI is not even on here. SSH, the SSH client library, not on here. You know, they need to add bonsai to that. Building CLIs, that is the whole thing they have for CLIs. You got to be fucking kidding me. They don't even have the SSL libraries here. Where's the Gin stuff? Please tell me they have Gin here. Please tell me they have Gin. Web frameworks, logging, real-time communication API clients, tools for microservices. Yeah, this is, if you, is it in the middle? Gin, okay, good. I mean, this is fantastic if you want to do middleware, but people keep thinking that Go is just middleware, and it's definitely not. It's definitely not. That kind of made my point, actually. But whatever. So, the roadmap. Which one? That's that roadmap site, right? I should probably make a roadmap site. Oh, I've seen the DevOps one a million times. Is this like a redo of the same one they were doing before? Oh, this is a different one. No, it's not. It's just been updated. Same old roadmap. I've seen this a million times. It's just been updated. Yeah. Besides, what does a box that's checked Python mean? You should learn Python. How many of the tens of thousands of libraries do you think I should probably learn? I mean, I like the idea of this, but it just leaves so much out. It says, hey, you should learn one of these 3 languages, but that's it. You don't need to do anything else to be a DevOps person. You should learn an interpreted language, and you should learn one static language. We prefer Go and Python. I agree with that. I still think you need to learn JavaScript, though. It does sound like an either or thing. Yeah. Learn to live in the terminal. I agree with that. After you use Windows. Learn about DNS, OSI model, networks and security. They don't mention VLANs at all. I mean, it's a good try. But you know, the problem is that if you actually did a true thing here, it would be so big nobody could consume it, because it would have so. The thing I don't get right here is like they go really, really granular on some things like Bash scripting, and then they're like, you know, big, huge, broad strokes other times. Networking, right? And then Bash or Vim. You know, like let's learn one specific little tool. And then over here we'll have a box for all of networking. I mean, I know they try to break it down, but my point is that this is what drives me crazy about these things, is because, I mean, I've been doing this for like since 2013. I've been frustrated by this. I've made so many of these myself, and I continue to get frustrated by the scope of how to make these things. Like, how long is the course going to be? I mean, you can say what you want about colleges, but they have to fit their stuff within a specific semester with a specific number of credit hours. So they're given parameters, and they're forced to fit the learning into those chunks. And I've actually tried to artificially impose that kind of limitation on myself as well, to kind of create something that's more bite-sized. But I don't feel like I've been successful so far. I mean, I've created a lot of really amazing resources for people, and people have done crazy amazing things, and they tell me about it all the time, and they send me, you know, really heartfelt thank you, you know, emails and stuff, and I appreciate all of that, but I still feel like it's like this thing I'm constantly grasping for, the perfect organization, the perfect thing. And one of the secrets along the way that it's been is the closer you're going to get to perfection. It's funny because I just watched Black Swan the other night, and if you haven't seen Black Swan, you have to watch it. It's like one of the best films ever made. It's so amazing. But the film itself, it's a little bit of a spoiler, but not entirely. The film itself is fundamentally about one thing: being obsessed with perfection. That's what it's about. And what it can do to you. Let's see. As long as we have entropy in class IMO. It's never enough. Yeah. Yeah. 10 more years of certs. Yeah. 5 years of system enters. The size of the building. Yeah. I know. It would be. It would be the size of a building. So yeah, Go programming for web API developers is a totally different branch. It is kind of like a skills tree though. I've tried to make this kind of like you're playing like World of Warcraft or something, so like old school MMO where you have like a skills tree and like, okay, what am I going to build next? Or Dota 2. And, cloud native administrators and Go programmers would have overlap, but they would not have the same. This, by the way, doing all of this caused me to create modular learning modules, and that led me to do the ZET and the knowledge exchange grid, because as you can see in the Go programming for cloud native administrators and web API developers, there's definite overlap in those two courses, right? So you might say, but I mean, can you really, right? Can you decouple these from here? Can you really do that? Can you say Go fundamentals and then just teach them a bunch of boring Go that has no relevance? That's what would happen in college. That's what would happen in college, my friends. So, and that's actually what I used to have a tiered system, and the stuff at the bottom was called fundamentals or essentials. And then we would have proficiency, and then we would have professional engagement. Those were the 3 main tiers. And we did it. People got jobs from that. Go programming, fundamentals. Python coding for operations. Again, you could have Python coding fundamentals. This one should probably be programming fundamentals in Python. So the reason that's because you're learning how to program, but you just happen to be learning it in Python. And that's important because that's different than focusing on Python. Go programming essentials or fundamentals. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know how to make a module, or you don't know not to use IOUtil, you don't know Go. So yeah, these things are never fun to make. Striker was telling me he hates them. It's like I hate flowcharts. Why do you hate flowcharts? I just hate them. I hate flowcharts. What's he got against flowcharts? What do flowcharts do to you? Who is going to play with the cloud quotas? Fundamentals. He got caught in a current. Where am I missing something? I have fundamentals, but they're fundamentals. So we talk about Python FUD the whole time. Yeah, we're talking about Python FUD. It's like, I actually don't want to teach this, but I feel like it's a stepping stone. Here in retirement, yeah. Dementals foo. Building your own Linux server does not take data networking essentials. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like this can go here. I do. I feel like that doesn't have to be like, you could go there. Or programming. Programming and development are very different for me. That's why I put programming here. Development requires talking about test cases and user acceptance It's the entire software development process. So these are not for that. These are writing enough Python so that you can look at Python and understand what it's doing. Software development, I mean, at the top of here would be, I guess this would be software development and Go for web API developers. That would probably be a better way to do it. And Go. They even draw a distinction between a programmer and a developer in the rather arcane United States Bureau of Labor and Statistics when they cite statistics for employment. Oh yeah, there's a big distinction. The American government actually made a distinction. You know what's really crazy is they also have a distinction between web developers. Yeah, if you go, let me show you. So be careful what word you pick. Bureau. I think it's BLS. What is it? BLM? Bureau of Labor. I know. I'm going to get in trouble. I know. I'll end up pulling something bad up. Yep, this is the one. So this is where America keeps track. I've been following this like a hawk since 2013. It's more interesting how it changes from year to year than what's actually in it at any given time. And they don't have that. You have to like track that yourself. So it's definitely a squirrel. Yeah, but you want it, programmer. I'm going to show you. Computer programmers going down. Look at this. This is why I brought it up. This is actually really important. By the way, everything we're talking about right now with regard to the job market and understanding what to learn and when to learn it and how to get a resume and all that stuff, that is a boost. That used to be in the boost, and we used to have that. We used to have a career boost when I was teaching in SKILSTAK, which was separate from the beginner boost, and I've been trying to tack it on to the end. And everybody would make their own website, and they'd have a resume. We'd evaluate it. I would do an interview with them. It was all about getting a job. It was all about keeping connected with the industry and all of those skills. It was like a self-contained thing. And this is a big part of that. So for 3 months from another country, yeah. I don't know about that one, but before we leave, I want to add this. So becoming a prescient technology professional. This is my word that I invented to represent what I'm talking about. To tell you the truth, the only thing this has as a dependency is web skills. And we probably could do that in that class, actually. Crystal ball dev. Yep. The PTP. Where was the other one? All right. So check it. They don't make very much relatively. And they're in strong decline. God damn. Last year, they were at 8% decline. That's insane. It's going down faster than it was last year. That means the rate of decline is increasing. 160K cybersecurity starting salary. Depends on where you are. It's in here. I think they probably added it. If you go check this one though. So if you search for software developer, not programmer, right? So what is the distinction between a programmer and software developer? A programmer is doing what they're told. And they're usually outsourced and they're probably international, and you give them a task and they do it, and they don't do any development. They do less creativity. They're going through algorithms and stuff, but they don't do the development. And so the software developers, they're the ones making bank. So holy shit. That was 16% last time I saw it. That was 16% increase last time I saw it. I swear to God. Actually, I still have the last numbers. Let me go find them. I have the last time I recorded the numbers. Hope they're still here. Oh, it's down. I got it wrong. Oh, I confused it with this one. Computer information scientist. I thought it was 16%. So that's actually down. Is it down or up? Security analyst is 32%. Programmer was down -6%, 8% last time. This was the last time I checked. So, it's still 2% of the company for science. No, that's super cool though. So 25% increase. So that is going up. It is going up. Computer security people, they used to have web developer and then they changed it and they left. The web developers and designers, they are going up, but these are designers. These are people in the HTML and CSS and maybe a little JavaScript. That's why designer is in the name. They do PHP and they do front end, but the people that are categorizing themselves as software developers are people that are doing like full stack development. The web developer people that are doing the whole thing, they're calling themselves what I'm convinced they're calling themselves software developers and not web developers, because they make way more than that. I know they do. This is people who have HTML and CSS and they're using mostly PHP and stuff like that. It says it's growing, but I don't know if I believe that number. Cybersecurity. Information security analysts. Check this one, man. 35% growth rate. This is the fastest growing tech career on record with them, and has been for the last 7 years since I've been tracking it. By far the fastest growing career. Hands down the fastest. They're not tracking cloud native engineers though. They're not tracking it at all. I would suggest that cloud native DevOps developers are probably faster, but there's not a single thing about DevOps in here. You watch. Software developers, that's DevOps. Network and security administrators. So if you're just a network admin, searching cloud's not in here. I know you think it would be in here, right? It has never been in here. Maybe they finally added it. Nope. They have never added cloud. This way you have to figure out. I've been studying this thing seriously. I've been studying it since 2014. And trying to make sense of it and what they're actually, who's getting the questions and stuff. The best sense I can make of it is to go to this page, which shows you all the computer information technology jobs one at a time, and you can kind of figure out where people got classified, because they don't have every job. They've and this is actually really good here. This whole thing about median pay. Look at that, man. The median degree is 131 for computer information research scientists. This is a machine learning people, by the way. They had to broaden the category, but I'm pretty sure machine learning falls into that. Network architects make a ton, but network administrators make jack, according to this. So computer programmers make crap, and they're declining at 10% per year, but software developers are making good money and increasing at 25% per year. So it's really important you know what the difference is. That's what got us on this. That's why I chose programmer instead of developer for that title, because developers have to be thinking creatively. If I have a developer course, you absolutely are going to have to think about your own application and make it, and we'll help mentor you make your own application, because the creative process of software development and architecture is the job. It's not knowing how to code and go or whatever. So, and I'm so glad that Leon focuses on that. Leon really intensely focuses on that, about helping people make really unique projects. And I really appreciate that. It took and got an A+ cert, which allowed me to get a first job help desk. Thank you. Nice. Did it help you with your A plus a little bit? What is the lifestyle with the salaries? That money you are rich? You're pretty damn rich here too. 90K is not crap. Did I say crap? My wife would shoot me for saying that. I've ever told you about one of the biggest fights my wife and I ever had that we didn't really get angry about. Okay, so I've been used to making tech money my whole life, right? And for most of it. And she worked at Target, right? She was making ends meet and everything, and I accidentally let slip a measly. We were talking about something else, and it wasn't even about her. And I said a measly 40K. I said that, and she got really offended. She got really, really offended. Well, you got to count on 25% tax, first of all. If you're making this kind of money, anything over 110, 120, you're paying 25% tax. Yep. You're paying at least 25% tax. Which is really funny because guess what? The 1%, zero tax. They pay zero tax. The biggest companies, Amazon didn't pay a fucking dime in tax until like 3 years ago. Not a dime. They didn't pay a dime. No, it's 25% about. Europe has higher taxes. Europe's like 50%. Yeah. Lawyer lives out. Yeah. Major city has extremely good salary. In your major city, it's not so much. Yeah, this is really relative, right? So, yeah. I mean, I was in that affluent suburb, and I was, making about this, but classify people who are gods specialized in different areas of the networking system. You don't. I don't think you could classify them. They call them 10x engineers because they're worth 10 single engineers, and even if they pay them 4 times the money of their going rate, it's still less than 10 times the money of like all the single engineers. Very big place. The best thing to do with America, I did this to IBM. I got a job that paid Charlotte downtown money, and then I moved to the suburbs. There's people who get hired in New York and they make New York money, and then they work remote. They finagle it so they're working remote. Then they go live in Montana for cost of living's insanely low. It's really relative. It's super duper relative. All of these things, you couldn't even live on these salaries in California. Not a single one. You could not. If you were anywhere near, like if you're even 20 miles away from any major metropolis in Los Angeles, Silicon Valley, or Milpitas, any of that area, you could not even live there for this money. Nope, not with a family. Not if you wanted insurance. So it's totally different. Yeah, this is what all the digital nomads are doing. This whole COVID thing made a bunch of really rich people. You know why? Because the COVID thing let all these people that were making go into the office money able to work wherever they wanted to. And so some of them, a lot of them, that's why there's such an uproar about this. Because so many of them just said, screw you, I'm going to go move to Montana. I'm going to work remote because COVID, you said we were going to be remote forever. And so they gave themselves huge raises. Think about it. If you move from a downtown metropolis area where you had to go into work every day, so like Seattle or someplace like that, and you moved, some of them have moved all the way into BFE, Idaho, or even to South America, and they're still working on American salaries. And if you do that, you could give yourself a $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 raise with that, just with the move, which would easily pay for itself. There's a lot of people who got really, really wealthy really quickly because of COVID. There's a lot of people who lost their jobs because of COVID, but there's other people who got crazy fucking rich over COVID because they were able to then live. They were able to legitimately justify a move, and they had already established the higher cost of living, and they don't ever take your money away. They tried to do that. Did you see Google? Google tried to take money away from people that wouldn't come in because they knew this. They tried to take the money back. They're like, no, you're working remote. We don't know where you're working. You could be working for much less money. We're paying you because you're living in Silicon Valley someplace. And now you're like driving in or you're just remoting in. We have no idea where you are. And we assume that you're going to be making lots less money. They did. They tried to take their money. They tried to decrease. They tried to give them a pay cut. And everybody just walked. They're like, nope. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about God, that was huge news. That was huge news. Google tries to take pay cut for remote employees. Yeah. I'm telling you, they did this. Google recently bet $2 billion that its New York workforce will return to the office, but to encourage its employees to actually make use of its massive real estate investment, some say the tech behemoth is using sticks, not carrots. Google employees who move to less expensive parts of the country could see their pay cut. See what I said? So all these Google employees are like, I don't want to go into your big fancy expensive building. I want to work remote and make less money. And Google's like, wait. They're like trolling us. They're playing our system. We can't have that. Give us back that money. You can't go live out in the wilderness and have an amazing quality of life and earn the same amount of money. We have to get that money back. I want to edit this. Exactly. They just want their money back. They're like, no. We negotiated our salary based on you living in this area and coming in. I'm like, you didn't tell me that. Exactly. Starlink and solar panels. It's like, you didn't tell me that. It's like, well, it's part of our internal hiring process. It's not just Google, by the way. It's IBM. IBM tried to do this in the 90s. I'm not kidding. 2003. In 2003, IBM, who had at the time released about 60% of their employees that work remote, which is so cool. You can say a lot of bad things about IBM, but one of the things that they really understood early on was working remote. So they let everybody work remote in like the early 2000s. Anybody there? Was anybody actually there during this? And so immediately everybody left. They didn't have any idea how many people were going to go. And it turned out to be 60 to 70% of the workforce. At one point, it was definitely 60%. And I remember because that was the number they used to brag about it, because this is way, it was like decades before COVID, during the 2000s. Yeah, well, and so, and then they had an opposite problem. So fast forward to like, I want to say 2005, 7 or something like that. They tried to start forcing everybody to go back because they had at first they thought it was going to help save them money on Manhattan spaces and stuff like that, which it did. But then everybody started abandoning these massive IBM facilities like the one in Charlotte, and they couldn't sell off the real estate. And 2009 was right around the corner, that massive real estate bubble bursting, right? So they couldn't recoup their money out of their real estate. And it was just sitting there. I remember going into these big, massive, empty buildings. It was like bugs and spider webs, and we would have like one training class. You know, they kept the whole of the building, and that's the only place that we go for a training class. Everybody else was remote. It was total ghost town, and they couldn't sell it. They were like, oh, we're going to sell all this off and make a lot of money. And then the downturn came, and IBM got out the stick, and they said, okay, you need to start coming into the office, except for they didn't have a stick. They just made a public announcement. Everybody needs to start reconsidering and coming into the office. And so we got this memorandum from like our manager's manager. It was like, you need to reconsider and start coming into the office. And we're like, are you going to pay for the gas for me to come in? Because I've been working remote for 12 years and or 7 years, and I don't intend to pay more money to come in. If you want to pay, all right, considered. If you're going to pay for it, I'm happy to come in. And they're like, oh. But they were just trying to, they were trying to backpedal, and they were losing crazy amounts of money on all this real estate just sitting there. In fact, down in Charlotte, you can still see, they still have pieces of IBM that are trying to sell off on this massive, had to go, wear your sock garters and your suit and your tie and go in, in the 50s kind of thing. And then it's just completely, the whole remote thing just completely attacked. And then the COVID thing just destroyed them. The thing about COVID though is it turned all of these other companies into that IBM. So now they've got like, you should see the Twitter feeds. There's like people that are saying, hey, it's affecting our culture, and they'll send a Twitter picture of like a totally empty building with like all the happy Technicolor and all that stuff, and nobody's there. But they have like some 1 or 2 days of mandated on site. And so they'll go for a day on site, but nobody else is there. So there's nobody to talk to. They can't even get any food because they've closed down all the little shops and stuff that they used to run internally. So it's like a fucking ghost town. So we got on this because we were talking about how to get the most out of your employer. In other words, how to take your employer to the cleaners. One of the ways is to insist that you work remotely and work in Latin America for pennies on the dollar for cost of living and hope you don't get killed. A lot of people do get killed, by the way. Yeah, there's a lot of expats who go to South America and they think it's going to be a walk in the park and end up dead. Nobody talks about that. The people you hear from are the ones that are Instagramming or TikToking their wonderful life in Brazil or whatever. The people who are dead now can't TikTok because they're dead. You don't believe me, right? So I'm not even kidding. This is a true story. The private school that I worked at, this is Mexico. The story I'm telling you is about Mexico. The private school I worked at, there was a South American there who worked in the private school. He ran the Spanish department. He was beloved by everybody. And he went down there on his regular thing every year. He went down there and he went down to stay in a hotel in Mexico. I don't remember, it was on the outskirts. And he went on his normal daily jog, and the mafia, they eventually found his body. It took like 3 months. This was in Davidson. And to this day, I mean, there's like yellow ribbons around trees and everything. I actually was asked to hack his phone to see if we could find him and everything, but they just murdered him just for being American in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, and that was the only reason. There was no ransom. There was nothing else. It was right after all the Trump stuff, talking up how horrible Mexico is. And then like, oh, you think, who knows? I don't know what happened. All I know is he's dead now. I did not succeed in hijack his phone. It's the iPhone. I couldn't touch it. I tried really hard. And it was huge. It was bad because everybody was expecting to start the semester and have Spanish classes, and he was dead. It was over. So $30K is insane money. Big cities are very dangerous, but very often a place of peaceful. Here's the thing: if you're gonna work in Brazil or Argentina, practice some good OPSEC here. Don't stream that you're bringing down like 300,000 a year from some Silicon Valley company, because that's really stupid. I mean, I got scared in Russia when I was there. We left around the time that business people were getting car bombed. American business people were like, seriously, they were getting car bombed on the sides of the road in Moscow and stuff. And I mean, I had to work with the mafia a lot when I was in Russia. I was kind of foolish. I didn't have any kids at the time. I could have easily died many, many times. I mean, you shouldn't live in fear, but at the same time, don't pretend you're going to be the first white guy to go land on an island that's never had Americans on it. Did you hear about that guy? And they immediately killed him and ate him. God, it's so morbid. It's so morbid. Some millennial is like, oh, hey, we're gonna challenge tradition, blah blah blah. And he like, okay, we're about to land on the island. Nobody's ever set foot on this island. Killed him and ate him. Just like that. They didn't even care. They were like, shit. There's like a whole helicopter or something. There's like video of that someplace. Like, don't be stupid. Anyway, it was SKILSTAK. Yeah, the people on the island are like, you think you're gonna be the first American to land here and just come back? It's like maybe somebody should have told them that they didn't care about YouTube on the island. So, I think it's funny as hell. I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad, but I just think it's funny as hell. It's like, how stupid do you have to be? It's like, It came back covered in arrows. I think that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the one that Hillbrook came back covered in arrows and stuff. I maybe I got that wrong. Because they didn't want COVID. That might have been it too. Yeah, I don't know. You know, and I used to want to go biking across the world and everything. I don't want to do that anymore. Not anymore. I watch these IRL streamers in India and stuff, like walking around and stuff like that. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. It's not that I'm scared. It just doesn't appeal to me as much. I mean, I like to travel, and I like to meet new people under my own terms, but there's just too much to go wrong. I have nothing to lose at this point, but except, I mean, I got to stay alive a little bit longer for my wife because she's got to do her thing. But yeah, I mean, it's very low chance percentage that you're going to have really bad things. It is relatively safe to travel. It really is. If you're cautious, I think it is. But you know, there's places that you shouldn't go. Obviously, make some more documentary. Yeah. Anyway, so that's the money thing. A bike through Sudan. The one that people are biking through, they get in trouble is Morocco, places like that. Yeah. I don't. The hardest part about being a digital nomad for me would be. Did you notice the guy that was doing the digital nomad stuff who was streaming, stopped streaming on Twitch? I think it's because of this. Because he was starting to get freaked out. I think he was, hamming it up, but he was starting to get freaked out because he was in the middle of nowhere in his van with all this really expensive computer equipment and this fantastic van, and obviously the income that he had from being a tech worker and everything. And he was literally in the middle of nowhere. So like if somebody were to find you in the middle of nowhere, I don't know if that's better or worse, There's a lot to attract digital nomads. Oh, I know. Oh, I love Iceland. I would go there in a heartbeat. Iceland is, you know what? You know what's so great about Iceland? Have you seen, I watched a guy who biked all across Iceland. He did. You know what Iceland else does? Iceland has free school. Iceland and Norway. Iceland and Norway have free college for expats. I'm not kidding. Look into it. It is amazing. If I were young, I'd be all over that. I mean, I might still do it. For expats, yeah. Yeah, you go there, you pay them to live there, and they help you do that. And then you go to school for free. There was a documentary I watched about it. And there was a woman there who got a full language degree and everything. And they love it. They love it. It's got a great cost of living. The socialism covers all their needs for medicine and everything. And then they end up staying there. And I mean, they're just absolutely brilliant for doing that, because they're like opening their doors. It's like, no, we want people who are going to be educated. We want people who are going to, I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? They decide that they just get their education and go someplace else and talk about their wonderful years that they spent up in Norway and push the tourism industry. That's the worst that's going to happen. Free for expats in Sweden. Using it only for that purpose. Oh, really? The cost of like 1% of the equivalent university. Yeah. Around $1,000 a month in a supermarket. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I think you could. Okay. If I don't mind telling anybody, until Europe gets, blown up by Russia. I'm sorry. Because they're the greatest risk, actually. It's going to make a lot of sense to live there. I don't think Russians' nukes would fly far enough to get to America. And that's horrible to say, but I don't think so. I mean, have you seen their military? I mean, they might, but I mean, our military, look, I am not afraid of a nuclear strike from Russia. They're fucking idiots over there. They have no idea what they're doing. But they do have a lot of dirty bombs and nukes, and they're probably going to, unless they shut Putin down, somebody's going to die. There's going to be at least one nuke go off. Yep. I don't know how it'll be. It'll probably be Putin's last stand. You know, Putin just doesn't want to die without leaving a really big mark on the world. And they have the MHD tech, Continental ballistics, supersonic missile tech. No one else does. It'll probably be Putin's last move. Yeah. He's just gonna want to like. He's just Yeah. He will. I don't know. I want to believe that the Russian people are gonna. I mean, they already are. The problem is that they're not dealing with the problem. They're leaving because it's fucking dangerous in that country, man. Yeah, God, I feel so bad for the people there. I feel so bad for the people there. I really, really do. I mean, like really, really bad. I mean, even at our worst with all the Trump assholes around here, I mean, you're relatively safe. It's not like, I don't know. I don't know. So I should probably stop talking now.